Carl last night, and you talk about the race pace, and talking to Carl last night during trackside, you know, off and on, he talked about how hard these guys have to run every lap. And we've seen this, when the pace picks up and you've got to run every lap as hard as you can drive and go as hard as you can go, this is when we get into mechanical failures, and this is when we get into guys running out of brakes, gears, transmissions, things like that. That may be introduced back into this a little bit.
Well, I believe that right there was a confidence builder, because Carl Edwards, which Matt Kenseth did too, so a confidence builder for both those guys. They just drove by Denny Hamlin, who has won 4 times here. But I almost wonder, Kyle, did Denny say, I'm not going to school these 2 guys. I'm going to let them go on and run out in front of me.
And that could be. Maybe Denny's going to learn what they've got, because there's obviously they start in front of them. They're leading the points. They're having that kind of year. So it's like, let me school them, give them that boost of confidence, and then when I drive back by them in 5 or 6 laps, it'll bust that bubble.
When you start by the NASCAR rule book, it's almost a reward of sorts for the guys who are up in points right now, but especially at this racetrack, 8 of the last 11 races here were won from a top 10 starting spot. Generally, history says starting up front here is very good, and especially for the pit selections.
Well, I don't want to anticipate or predict where Carl Edwards and Matt Kenseth would have qualified. I don't think it would have been near the front row. That is huge for them. I know it's a 500-lap race, but when you think about track position from the drop of the green flag, I talked about it at the top of the show, they're going to get the 2 best pit selections on this very tight pit road. Yeah,
and they start up front, and how many times do we as commentators or announcers or fans see they drop the green flag, they run down into the first corner, and right off the bat there's 5 or 6 cars with front end and rear end damage where they've all run into each other. And you don't want to be starting in the middle of the pack where you get that accordion effect and you tear your stuff up and knock out your brake ducts on the first lap of the race.
Now, when you look at Tony Stewart, the number 14 here, he's had a good record. Anytime you can come to a racetrack and say you've won twice here, that's a good track for you. But lately, it has not been the case.
Yeah, the best finish that he has had here in the last 3 races was he finished 24th in 2 of those last 3 races. So what they elected to do, and I think this is where they got put in a little bit of a box by a very abbreviated practice session here. They're going to take Ryan Newman's setup package, because Ryan has been running well here, which is teammate. Now, the one thing that Tony did say, my driving style and Ryan's driving style differs so much, but we think we can definitely do anything and improve the way we've run here the last 2 or 3 races.
Yeah, and you know, and I think Martinsville is one of those places where driving style is a factor. But really, this is 2 long drag strips. Really, what your focus is I don't care whether it's my driving style or your driving style or JR's driving style. The point is, get the thing to rotate in the corner, get back to the gas as quick as you can, and drive it as straight up off that corner. So that's not as much about driving style as it is technique. So you could probably take a guy's setup at a place like this and adjust how you drive to his setup.
Larry and I have no style.
Well, you got plenty of style in that sport.
Well, it's funny, but it's funny that Kyle mentions that as we look at Jimmy Johnson on the right, his crew chief Chad Canals. It was about 3 or 4 years ago, Jimmy Johnson and Chad Canals, they were struggling here. They mirrored Jeff Gordon's setup from the 24 car on race morning. Jimmy Johnson ended up winning the race.
You know, at this racetrack over the years, it's been as important to slow down as it has been to go fast. And Kyle, we had this discussion at this time last year. The brakes are so good these days. They're so expensive, but they're so good that we don't find ourselves coming to this track and really beating up the subject of brakes.
No, we don't. I mean, I remember the King and those guys coming here with 2-piston front calipers. You know what I mean? And drum brakes on the rear. I want you to think about that. Drum brakes on the rear at Martinsville. You had to ride around for 100 laps and save everything you had and race as hard as you could. People complained about riding around at Talladega. Martinsville, you kind of stayed off your stuff. But now this stuff, and again, talking to Carl last night, they hammer these things lap after lap.
But it always finds the next weakest link. We come back, we're going to talk about what the next weakest link now that the brakes aren't failing.
Got to take a quick break here from Martinsville. Kurt Busch leads the way with Jimmy Johnson second fastest in a practice session that means a whole lot towards his championship. Stay with us.
Hey, it says just take 1.
I can't read.
Walmart has low prices every day for Halloween. From bags of candy to bigger bags of candy. Back by our ad match guarantee. Save money, live better. Walmart.
With DirecTV, you can start watching in one room, pause, and continue watching in any other room. Experience it yourself. Get your whole home connected for free. Don't just watch TV. DirecTV.
Men lose testosterone every year. Do something about it with M-Drive.
I created M-Drive because I felt personally that I needed something extra. I noticed as I was getting older that I just didn't have the strength and stamina I had when I was younger. Men notice an energy increase. They have more strength, more stamina, more sex drive. Men will feel like their biological clock just got turned back.
M-Drive lets men be men again. Visit mdriveformen.com today.
If you like video games, you need to be a member of GameFly.
Join GameFly. Choose the games you want online, get them in the mail, and send them back when you're done.
Due dates? None. Late fees? Non-existent.
I have access to every single game I could possibly imagine, and I get it for a low cost.
Go to GameFly.com now. Click the joystick in the top right corner. Enter speed in the box and get started with a free extended trial. And remember, you can cancel at any time. Product shown rated E through M.
You have to have this service. You call yourself a gamer, you have to have it.
Speed's presentation of NASCAR Sprint Cup Final Practice from Martinsville is presented by Gander Mountain. Don't be that guy. Gear up at Gander Mountain. We live outdoors. Brought to you in part by Evan Williams. Smooth bourbon, priced right. Spread the word. And in high definition by Funai. Funai Fun and Innovative. Experience more at FunaiAmerica.com. Well, for the first time this weekend, we are seeing Sprint Cup Series cars on the track here at Martinsville. Qualifying has been scrubbed. They will start according to the NASCAR rulebook, and that puts the 12 chasers up at the front of the field. For more from the garage, let's go to Randy Pemberton.
Carl Edwards will certainly start on the pole, and of course having that qualifying get rained out was an absolute blessing. I talked to Doug Yates earlier, and they were saying they have not really qualified that well here as far as the Roush Yates cars go. Now, Carl Edwards went out there, ran about 10 laps, not particularly happy. They came in the garage area, immediately set the car up on scales. Carl remains in the car. With this just abbreviated practice session, they went ahead, they're changing both front springs, working on the front end package. They want to be able to get a nice pace, and as Larry has already mentioned, you got to be able to get off the corner and still rotate through the center of the corner. That's what they're working on, but bottom line is, even though he's the points leader and he will start on the pole, he has not had a lot of success here. Only one top 5 in 14 starts at this racetrack for Carl Edwards, looking for a whole lot more, and certainly it'll benefit him starting up front. Let's go to Wendy.
Thank you, Randy. We've been in this state for 3 days, and this is the first time we've seen Cup action on the racetrack, and it was like a 5 o'clock traffic jam when practice did get underway. All the cars headed out at once, and the radio communication was all jammed up as well. Who's fastest so far? Well, it's the 22 of Kurt Busch that's posted the fastest lap on his first time out, has ran about 10 laps right now, and he said that his rear is sliding on that machine. The side bite is super loose for Kurt Busch, but he said it feels really interesting. That's when Steve Addington came over the radio and told him that was the fastest lap of anyone so far. They came in, made a few quick adjustments, and you can tell Kurt Busch is on his way back. And again, things are moving awfully fast in this garage area because as you saw, Kurt just got a little loose as we watched the replay. Johnny, everybody is at full steam in this garage area, knowing we are on a time crunch.
And Wendy, I like the term he used, interesting. Usually you don't use that term for a car like that. You know, Larry, when we left a moment ago, we were talking about the brakes and how they have been taken out of the equation pretty much. But they're also, it's important to keep cool under your collar, but there's also another part of the race car you better keep cool on the short track.
Well, there's a tremendous amount of brake heat to go along with tire heat. And the more brakes you give these drivers, the more they're going to use. So that heat, it just keeps building, and you pretty much have a steel wheel around the brakes, and then you have your Goodyear tire on that wheel, I can almost promise you, watch the race tomorrow, you will see several drivers cook tire beads. That's what happened to Brad Keselowski here in the spring. Normally it comes from a driver that's having to fight his way back in the pack. Maybe his car's not driving that good.
Yeah, you know, you use the brake here as we watch the 33. He comes up off the corner and watch the front end. Boom. He's on the brake right there. You see the nose down, but this whole way he's dragging that brake. He doesn't just mash the brake and then jump off of it. He's dragging that brake, so it builds up that heat, as Larry says. And when your car's worse, you drag the brake harder, you drag the brake longer, you're on the brakes a lot more. And when you look at it, it's a, what is this, 20-second lap up here. If it's a 20-second lap, these are guys that are on the brakes, probably out of that 20-second lap, probably 5 to 10 seconds that they're on it hard, but they're dragging, and it's not a good play. You know, going back to Kurt Busch and the fastest time, we saw he had the fastest time, but you saw that footage. He's free getting in the corner. The car's already rotating before he ever gets to the corner. Being fast in this practice, this is not a qualifying practice. As we heard him, the 33 here say entry loose, but being fast in this practice is not critical. It's being consistent and being able to get off those brakes and get that car to roll through the center.
But I think, go back to what we talked about at the top of the show, you've got to be so careful, I think, tightening that race car up. As we look at David Reagan in the 6 car here, the UPS car, rotated through the middle of the corner. Watch when he tries to put this 800 and something horsepower down. When you see the wheels go back to the right, that means that race car is loose under acceleration. But right now, not much rubber on these concrete corners. The car is going to be freer. It's going to be loose.
Oh, the biff is all over the place.
The biff is, and Larry brought up 2 interesting points there. And the difference between the 22 car of Kurt Busch. 22 car of Kurt Busch, he turns in the corner, he's free already. We saw David Reagan really get down in the corner good. He just couldn't put the power down and get up off the corner. So you're working on 2 separate problems. One is handling induced, getting in the corner. The other is power induced when you go to the gas and you try to drive it straight up off the corner.
I tell you, the other problem we're going to encounter, everybody is running fast and everybody is running about the same speed. Right now, Kurt Busch has the fastest lap at a 1982. His brother, Kyle Busch, is 31st at a 20.08, less than 0.3 of a second separating the top 31 drivers.
And there's just not much real estate out there on this racetrack. Everybody will be bunched up, beating and banging as well, because that's what short track racing is all about. We discussed earlier how important it is to start up front to win, but now as we see Kyle Busch, his brother Kurt's on top of the speed chart. Kurt was the farthest back of any starting position for a winner. That was 36. It was a long time ago, back in 02, but the 36th spot was where he came from. That's the farthest back a winner has ever started here, so it can be done.
You know, we always like giving you little cute nuggets about our drivers.
Nothing like a good nugget.
And as you can see, M&M's, they went with the Halloween paint scheme. Very fitting. It's Halloween weekend. They were asking a lot of the drivers earlier in the week, when you were a kid, what was your favorite Halloween costume? Kyle Busch said he dressed up as Jeff Gordon since when Kyle was a kid. Jeff Gordon was absolutely his favorite race car driver.
I got a question, and you were talking about this. What's the difference between a nugget and a cute nugget?
That was a cute nugget.
Cute nugget. Okay.
It had something as a kid.
Then give me okay, so a nugget would be something interesting about the race car?
That Kyle Busch has never won a race here.
That's a nugget.
That is a nugget.
Yeah.
You can hold on to that nugget. But, you know, when Jeff Gordon got out of the car in Phoenix after he won that race, that had to be a thrill for Kyle Busch, because he said, you know what? I just held off Kyle Busch. And you know, if you've done that, you've done something. That is a big compliment coming from Jeff Gordon.
But I wonder if Jeff Gordon knows that Kyle Busch used to go say trick or treat dressed up as him.
Well, if he doesn't, Wendy, he knows now.
Yeah, it's been interesting to hear about those stories from Halloween. Well, Kyle Busch wishes his car wasn't so scary, because it's way too loose and has been since the beginning of this practice. Just no forward bite on his 2 runs he's made out there. Larry Mack had just mentioned 0.3 separate him from the fastest position of his brother. It's still too loose off. You can hear the anticipation among all the drivers on the radio and the sense of urgency from a lot of these drivers. Kyle made a very quick run and quickly gave his feedback in 3 very quick sentences. They're in here making these quick adjustments, much like all the other teams, and it is like dodging cars over here, Johnny. I gotta watch out in this garage area.
Wendy, great place to be right now down in that garage, because things happen quickly on the short track, and they also happened quickly in the garage as well. Kurt Busch continues to lead the way, but the chase is on here in Martinsville. 6 down, 4 to go before we crown a champion.
NASCAR on Speed is presented in high definition by Funai. NASCAR Race Day, built by the Home Depot, all season long, live on Speed.
My electric bill was breaking the bank. So to save some money, I trained this team of guinea pigs to row this tiny boat. They generate electricity, which lets me surf the web all day. Took me 6 months to train each one, 8 months to get the little chubby one to yell row. It's kind of strange. Such a simple word. Row.
There's an easier way to save. Get online. Go to geico.com. Get a quote. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
The one restaurant with unlimited amazing food for one incredibly low price just might have gone deliciously off the chart. Only Golden Corral would introduce the lusciously amazing chocolate Wonderfall. Dip fresh strawberries, marshmallows, homemade macaroons, and more in a non-stop flowing river of chocolate indulgence. That's right, a non-stop flowing river of chocolate indulgence. Golden Corral. Now this is helping yourself to happiness.
It's our weekend. But let me ask you, should we spend it wandering in some home improvement warehouse? No. I say we go to Ace. Yeah. Get help when we walk in the door. Yeah. Fix that garbage disposal before lunch. Yeah. Because we will maintain our homes. But we will also maintain our weekend.
It's time to get your weekend back and turn your to-do list into a to-done list. Ace, the helpful place.
Today, the trucks tangle on the tight turns of Martinsville. Tune in as paint is traded, metal is crushed, and tempers boil over. Don't miss the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series live from Martinsville today at 1:30 Eastern, only on Speed, and they always put on a great show on this short track. We have a new leader on top of the speed chart right now. It is the team car to that number 42 of Juan Pablo Montoya. It is Jamie McMurray. He is also the one who sat on the pole last time we were here in the spring, and now Juan Pablo Montoya has just jumped up to second place on the speed chart.
We were just talking, though, and Drake and Kyle, I'd love your opinion on this. When you think about how well Montoya and McMurray run on road courses, do you think a little bit of that bleeds into this half-mile racetrack?
I do, because the theory on a road course is easy in, exit fast, okay? And here, you know, you can get suckered in to driving in hard, mashing those brakes, using it. I saw where Darrell Waltrip tweeted the other day that you have to enter the corners like a lamb and exit like a lion. And that's a good analogy. That was really a good analogy, because you do need to kind of ease into the corners. Now, the problem with that is this. When you're entering the corner like a lamb, okay, there's somebody that's a honey badger coming in on the inside of you, and a honey badger don't take no. You know what I'm talking about? So what I'm saying is, he's going to get up under you, and he's going to dig.
Be a little tighter with that.
As you hear him talk, but that's the problem. Remember when we used to come here
when I hit the chip,
and qualify?
Makes it get a little wheel hop every time I hit the chip.
And wheel hop, we usually hear that on the road.
But remember when we used to come here and qualify with a 620 gear and race a 633, because you use the 20 to roll in and roll through the corner and dig up off the corner. But you would race the 33 because you started backing the corners up, and you had to have that power to go. And you can run fast here when you've got the whole racetrack driving it like a road course. But eventually you're going to have to race somebody, and you're going to have to be the honey badger.
You know, there was a time where Jeff Gordon was the honey badger on this racetrack. So many statistical categories he leads here on the track. 85 wins in his career, 285 top fives. There's the career, making his 650th start this weekend. And Larry Mack, there was a period of time where if you were going to win at this racetrack, you had to beat the 24. And the guy who figured out to do that was his protege, Jimmy Johnson.
Well, in one thing, it's a little bit of a head scratcher with this 24 team. And Jeff said this week. We know how to run fast there, and we know how to run well there because, again, 7 wins. And in his last 20 races here, he only has 1 finish outside the top 10, but he has not won here since 2005. It's like they just can't tie the bow on top of it and go to victory lane.
Yeah, and they weren't so dominant, though. You know, but I think, you know, and we talk about this. We talked about it last week on Victory Lane with Clint Boyer. I think the competition has just elevated, and it's so tough when you come to these places. You very well documented earlier, there's only 2.5, 3/10 between first and last almost in this practice session. You can't get around people. It's all about track position, and I don't think they've closed that loop or tied the bow, as you say, on the track position. They're just not in the right place at the end of the race.
And when it comes to saving your equipment, you just don't have time to do that anymore, do you? I mean, no one wants to run around in the back anytime and get stuck back there. You don't have time to save your equipment, so when push comes to shove at the end, you got guys that are, you know, racing, running what they have.
Well, I've been very guilty of it here. When we didn't have a car like we needed it, I still would try to be on the driver, take care of it. We got a long way to go, and all of a sudden, you better go. The leader's a half a straight away behind you.
And that happened really, really quick here.
So Jamie McMurray leads the way with his teammate Juan Pablo Montoya second on the speed chart. And boy, that M&M doesn't look like he's having a good time. He's scared, really scared of that spider there for what's going on there.
The world's toughest trucks march into Martinsville.
Get some contact.
Where paint will be traded and metal will be crushed.
Oh, and into the back.
The NASCAR Camping World Truck Series from Martinsville. Today at 1:30 Eastern. Live on Speed.
Get your dream on, be a star. Selection, style, and service, yeah, we raise the bar. Evans is the better way to get what you want today. The lease to own Racing King, we've even got a dream machine.
Just outside of Memphis, a barbecue joint. Not the best known, just the best. The Germantown Commissary. The walls are cluttered with famous folks who've shared the secret. Where to find the best damn ribs south of Mason-Dixon. Another secret we're sharing? Evan Williams Bourbon. This is the smooth stuff, the good stuff. Evan Williams, smooth bourbon. Priced right. Spread the word.
Amazing. Inspiring. Breathtaking. Every chase, every race. This is Magnavox. See what you've been missing. Magnavox, engineered in Japan by Funai.
Now we have breaking news coming in here at the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series final practice to the broadcast booth. Apparently the local sheriff game warden heard that the honey badger, from Kyle Petty, that the honey badger was loose here in the grandstand, and they're going after him, Larry Mack.
I wonder if you have to hunt a honey badger with your index finger in your ear.
Yes, well, that's the only way you can hear them.
They're saying, look, we heard during the broadcast.
See, the other guy's got his finger in his ear, too.
What are they really going after there?
Those are Virginia Bluetooths.
Okay.
With your finger in your ear. I'm sorry, that was wrong.
Yeah, but back on the racetrack, here's Tony Stewart digging, trying to get as many laps as he can in, of course, because he's still one of those drivers in the hunt for the chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup. Currently 18th on the speed chart, a two-time winner at this track. Tony certainly could make some waves if he could gain some ground this weekend.
Yeah, and Tony can gain ground. I mean, as we look at the guys that are in front of him in points, we look at the 2-car, we look at the 17 of Matt Kenseth, we look at the 99. Tony's back there in fourth. He can definitely gain ground. This is a place that he's won at. This is a place he can be competitive at. And I think he looks at one of these places, or this place, that they will be able to pounce on. Wendy, what about Junior up here?
Well, it's your favorite driver, as we know, Kyle Petty. Dale Earnhardt Jr., 8th in this practice session so far, has run about 22 laps in about 3 runs. They've made some adjustments to the car because he felt like he was driving out of the racetrack, and I'll let you guys explain that some more, but Steve Letarte said it looks like you're good enough to pass, and Dale Jr. says, well, it doesn't feel like I'm good enough to pass. It's been real tight for Dale Jr. They did change a right rear spring the last time he was in the garage area. Randy?
Thanks, Wendy. Gil Martin and Kevin Harvick methodically going at the 29 car, the very first run on the racetrack. Kevin said, loves the way the car is turning and rolling through the middle. Likes that a lot. Did not like the side bite. Felt like the rear end was getting away from a little bit. So they're working with the rear roll center. They're working on the track bar both on the left side and the right side. They have done a right rear spring change as well, but right now they've just changed tires and gone back out there to see what kind of a lap they can run now. They felt like the tires might be throwing them off a little bit. Richard Childress, as usual, high up on top of the rig, giving these guys lap times. And what Childress is saying is the guy that seems to be, or seems to him to have the thing all put together so far is Tony Stewart. Loves the way he's running. So Childress up there giving these guys lap times.
You know, I feel compelled that we should explain why these cars look like they do at this racetrack and this racetrack only. If you go back to Talladega last week, most of the drivers and teams, they were working to keep the very bottom of that front end sealed right against the racetrack. You don't underestimate aerodynamics at this racetrack because you're still running over 100 miles an hour. But it's more about mechanical grip. And these guys have the front end so soft to make them turn. That's why they dive down heavy under braking. But you're trying to hook that 800 and something horsepower to the rear tires off the corner, so you have very soft rear springs. That's the reason the car almost rocks back and forth. It goes down getting in the corner. Now watch here when he accelerates, you're going to see the front end come off because it's actually going down in the back of the race car.
Yeah, we compare this place, and people compare it to two drag strips with corners on both ends. Think about a drag car leaving the line. Think about the rear tires on a funny car or a drag car. Think about how slack they are, and then they build up. You want that car to squat a little bit and have a little bit of that cushion, just like a drag car does. And these things come up off the line and accelerate. I want to go back to Junior and him being out there a minute ago. I think sometimes we get so caught up thinking Junior is a speedway driver and a great speedway driver. I think Junior gets around this racetrack as good as any race car driver that sits in a car when he comes up here. This is the place he seems to like. This is a place that he seems to love to race on. And he just adapted well to this place. So he's a factor in this race. And I don't think, I know he's back in points, but I don't think you can count him out up here.
It's not always been that way. His first time here, he brought out 3 cautions. Dale Sr. said, tell him to park that thing. They said, Dale, he will. He just hit the ambulance parked on the back stretch.
We'll be back with more from Martinsville in a moment.
Breaking news. Victory Lane, right after the Cup race from Martinsville finishes. Switch to speed when the race is done, because we're just starting. Woo! Brand new time for Victory Lane, right when the race ends.
Hardest working, smoothest riding. Polaris defines it. Our new 2012 lineup includes the new, more powerful Sportsman 850 HO, the ultimate side-by-side workhorse, Ranger XP, the only multi-passenger with room for 6, Ranger Crew, and the best value in side-by-sides, Ranger 500. See all the new models at Polaris.com. Huge rebates and low financing are available right now during the Polaris factory authorized clearance.
Introducing the ultimate gas grill for race fans and gearheads alike, Hot Rod Grills. The only full-scale engine-style gas grill on the market, built with a realistic engine look. Manufactured with die-cast aluminum heads and block, lid, and body. Perfectly cooked steaks and burgers at your next barbecue or tailgating event with Hot Rod Grills. This professionally built gas grill sports 2 stainless steel tube burners, electric igniter, stainless steel cooking rate, and a professional-grade temperature gauge. To order, go to HotRodGrills.com or call toll-free 877-74-GRILL. Order now and get free shipping and handling.
We now offer phone service at $1.70 a month with Magic Jack Plus. That's $19.95 a year. $19.95 a year. No computer needed. Nothing changes. And now keep your old phone number. Get Magic Jack Plus at Radio Shack.
When you're racing for fans as hardcore as ours, you don't ask for respect. You take it.
Welcome back to Martinsville, everyone. A NASCAR Sprint Cup Series final practice presented by Gander Mountain. If you are tuning in to see qualifying, it did not happen for the Sprint Cup Series today. Washed out by rain, they thought practice was more important. So let us see where, according to the NASCAR rulebook, your favorite driver will start. It's Carl Edwards and Matt Kenseth, 1 and 2 in points, and they will start on the front row. Keselowski, Tony Stewart, Kevin Harvick, Kyle Busch, Jimmy Johnson, and Kurt Busch round out your first 4 rows. And basically, fans, if you know where your driver is in points right now, you know where he will start. And historically, Larry, starting up front has been very good to drivers here at Martinsville. Chances are we may see a chaser win the thing. Chances are we may not.
Well, I think the deeper we go in this lineup, what it's going to make drivers have to do, like Montoya that's going to start back there on row 10, like Jeff Burton that's starting on row 12, you're going to have to change your thinking structure of strategy. And you're going to have to do, you can't just do what the leaders do, because if you do what the leaders do, you'll follow them all day long.
You're going to be in the same place all day long.
Jamie McMurray is starting 27th, but he currently is fastest in this final practice session. Our old buddy Hermie Sadler looks a little bit like Mark Martin, but he's going to be starting outside of row 18. Then it's Reed Sorensen, Mike Skinner, Scott Speed, and Michael McDowell. It's Nemechek, Stremme, and J.J. Yaley. Dennis Setzer and Derek Cope were the cars that went home.
Yeah, we hate to see anybody not get at least a chance to attempt to qualify, but the good news, essentially the 43 teams and drivers that are showing up every single week, that's the drivers that will be in this show tomorrow.
And there's something, Larry, about qualifying here at Martinsville. It's been canceled 8 times, including 4 of the last 7. Maybe it's just the weather patterns around here, but they always give us a beautiful day when it comes time to race on Sunday.
And the forecast is awesome. What we're seeing right now is the exact forecast tomorrow. I question maybe coming here in late October, early November. I think that's maybe one reason, and coming here in early April, that we kind of flirt with some bad weather.
So race fans, you're going to have great weather. If you do not have your tickets yet, come on out and join us here, and you can witness a great battle in the 2011 chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup. Jimmy Johnson, of course, he has taken to this track like the Honey Badger takes to the desert. 19 starts, 6 wins. He's pretty much owned this place, and it's always been very important in his 5 championship runs that he's done well at this track.
You know, I've got a couple of interesting, not cute nuggets, but nuggets on Jimmy Johnson.
Let me have them.
If he does not win this race here on Sunday, it will be the first season since 2005 that he has not won at least one short track race in the season. Now, we know he had a rough go as we look at Bobby Labonte in the 47 car, but Jimmy Johnson had a rough go at Charlotte with the crash, had a bad finish last week, and only one other time in the chase has Johnson finished outside the top 20 in back-to-back races. That was the first year of the chase in 2004. He followed it up with 3 consecutive wins.
That's impressive. That is a nugget right there. That's impressive.
That's a heck of a nugget.
Yeah, it is.
And don't rule it out at these next 3 racetracks.
And don't
for
rule
Jimmy
it out.
Johnson.
That's exactly right. And that's why you can't even, that's what I said, even going into this race, you can't count him out yet. You have to see how this one shakes out, and then maybe count him out.
And also, we keep comparing things, you know, to chases of the past. This is a totally different chase because of the points format.
Well, it is. And I think when you look at 5 drivers separated by 26 points, and you look at that lead that Carl Edwards has over Matt Kenseth, it's actually a lot of points. And I think that's good for Carl Edwards coming here. We've already heard that they're kind of struggling with the race car. He's 36 quickest. He's run a total of 23 laps. I think it was absolutely a blessing for Carl Edwards that he's going to be able to start up front, that qualifying was rained out.
And Carl and his crew chief, Bob Osborne, will be the first people to tell you that they really feel fortunate for that this is not one of their best racetracks. Here's their Roush Fenway teammate as the Biff gets a hold of that pink curb, which, by the way, is pink in honor of Breast Cancer Awareness Month. It's usually yellow, and it's usually a little bit easier to see, but the Biff found it.
But what normally happens, and Kyle, you know this, you've witnessed this, you've experienced this, in the race, when you've got cars running side by side, it never fails. The car that clips the curb on the inside, he's not the one that gets in trouble. It shoots him up the racetrack into the car that's on the outside of him. That's normally the car that gets spun out. And hits the wall.
Yeah, but I'm going to give it to the racetrack. And they changed this curb a number of years ago where it's a slanted curb. Remember when it was a curb like the curbing on the side of a highway or in the parking lot? You'd hit that thing, and it would send you up into the 3rd row of the grandstands, and you really stayed off of it. They've done a great job of fixing this and helping the racing.
Jamie McMurray and Juan Pablo Montoya continue to lead the way here at Martinsville. We got about a little less than an hour left in this session.
It's time to make our floor look better and feel softer. How about we start with the guaranteed low price on the carpet, the pad, and installation. Let's get peace of mind for a lifetime. It all adds up to better carpet at a better price and a great looking room transformed. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Get 10% off or 18-month special financing on carpet purchases of $450 or more when you use your Home Depot credit card.
If I were cheese, I wouldn't want to let go of myself either. Come try the cheese-inspired dishes on our 2-4-6-8 value menu, only at Denny's.
When it's your meal ticket, when it's your statement, protect it with Prestone. Engineering lasting relationships between cars and owners since 1927. When you own it, Prestone it.
It's time for the Polaris Factory Authorized Clearance, your last chance for incredible deals on the best machines of 2011. Get up to $1,000 in rebates and financing as low as 2.99% on legendary Sportsman, powerful Rangers, and razor-sharp razors. Hurry to your local participating Polaris dealer and get up to $1,000 in rebates and financing as low as 2.99%. The Polaris Factory Authorized Clearance, going on now while supplies last.
Through turn one, it's still Petty. Petty wins the Southeastern 500.
This is how a young man was crowned a king. And a kid from Dawsonville finally lived up to his nickname. This is when we discovered just how high smoke can rise. It's where family traditions get started, and other traditions get taken in a whole new direction.
Taking a backwards lap.
This is where names are engraved, not just in metal, but in history.
Sunday NASCAR race day revs up in Martinsville. We'll look back at how Talladega shook up the chase, and Richard Childress discusses his 100th career victory. NASCAR race day, built by the Home Depot from Martinsville, is Sunday at 11 Eastern, live on Speed. Well, we go from the biggest track at Talladega to the smallest track at Martinsville. Welcome back, everyone, to NASCAR Sprint Cup Series final practice presented by Gander Mountain. So far this weekend, rain has been the rule, and this is the first practice session that the Sprint Cup cars have been able to have. But we want to tell any race fans watching that are within anywhere near the immediate area, jump in your car, come down here and watch this race. It's going to be a beautiful day, and these short track shootouts are absolutely spectacular. You got the 12 chasers starting up front, and it's going to be a shootout.
See Joey Logano here in the 20 car right now. He's 6th quickest. He's run a total of 36 laps. Been a pretty decent racetrack for Joey, even though he only has the 5 starts. He finished 2nd here in March a year ago with 2 top 10s, and that is Interstate Batteries. It's on the 20 car. Interstate Batteries, they have been affiliated with Joe Gibbs Racing ever since they started in 1993. Of course, 1993, Joey was all but 1 year old.
For more on the Big Keselowski, let's go to Randy Pemberton. Randy?
Well, you got to give these guys credit for everything they've done this season, as well as in this chase, for all the experience that they have together. Crew Chief Paul Wolf, this team, and young Brad Keselowski. They're taking an approach here in practice. It's very methodical. Right now, Brad is complaining a little bit about the car just being loose up off. They have finally now changed to their 2nd set of tires. They're working on it nice and slow, but he's loose up off. So trying to make those appropriate adjustments to make sure that once we get into that 500 laps tomorrow, that he's not loose off, because as you guys know, boy, you've got to have the bite getting up off these corners. Let's go over to Wendy. Wendy?
Thanks, Randy. I just realized what Brad's bumper said here at Martinsville. But let's check in with Jeff Gordon, who's 5th in this practice session so far. His entry has gotten a little bit better since we started this practice session, but he said the right rear is doing the same thing a lot on the throttle, all the way to the wall, and he has complained to Alan Gustafson, his crew chief, that there is no drive off of his car. He comes into this race 10th in points, 82 points back. We do know as we get down to these final 4 races, guys, it's getting tougher and tougher for a guy like Jeff Gordon to make up that many points, but there's still plenty of racing to go, and Jeff Gordon typically is good at this racetrack.
Well, we know the drive for 5, maybe not mathematically, but realistically, it's over as far as 2011. So I think what Jeff Gordon, Alan Gustafson are trying to do is just go out and win some more races here in 2011 and get ready for their 2nd season together next year in 2012.
Nothing better than a couple wins to end a season. That really helps you throughout the offseason, Larry. Gives you the confidence, but also what a lot of people who have grown up around stick and ball sports don't understand is a lot of people in the other sports, they practice their craft for 3 or 4 hours a day, 6 months out of the year. The people who work on these race cars sometimes do it from 7 to 7, 7 days a week, and that includes the off season too. a lot of guys, even after you win the championship, you don't run off to the beach. You go back and you break down your Homestead car to make sure it was all good. So wins help a great deal.
Well, we stand here right now, and essentially in less than 4 months, we're going to be at Speed Weeks of 2012 for the Daytona 500. In fact, 4 months from right now, it will be a thing of history. So, yeah, even though there is a little bit of downtime, but you talk about winning races, and we've had 17 different winners. But I go back to last week, Clint Boyer and that 33 team. There was so much more that went with that win than I think met the eye. Yeah, it ended a full-year winless streak to Clint Boyer. We know Clint Boyer's going to be leaving Richard Childress Racing. It was Richard Childress Racing 100th win. But when you think about it, that puts Clint Boyer in the Sprint All-Star race for next year. He's already locked into it. And he's going to a new race team at Michael Waltrip Racing. Now, Michael may do a merger with someone where that car is locked into the first 5 races, but if he doesn't, and we get qualifying rained out at one of those first 5 races, because he's a winner from this year, he's in the show. There's so much that win that race, and that's normally the case with any race that's won.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, and there's so much that goes. It's got that ripple effect that just kind of plays out. How many days is it till Daytona?
I don't have the days. I can only know.
Oh, my God.
Less than 4 months.
120 days.
Anybody out there in TV land, mark this down. A day Larry doesn't know how far.
When we get to Homestead, I'll be able to tell you days, hours, and probably minutes.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Larry, our staff got it for you.
Look at that.
We have people here 120 days until the Daytona 500.
I think our producer, Mark Smith, is frustrated.
At times he is.
Upset at us.
He should be. Well, he should be. Jamie McMurray continues to lead the way. We have less than an hour to go in this practice session. Stay with us.
The world's toughest trucks march into Martinsville.
And some contact.
Where paint will be traded and metal will be crushed.
Oh, and into the back.
The NASCAR Camping World Truck Series from Martinsville. Today at 1:30 Eastern. Live on Speed.
Hey, it says just take one. I can't read.
Walmart has low prices every day for Halloween. From bags of candy to bigger bags of candy. Backed by our Ad Match Guarantee. Save money. Live better. Walmart.
Men lose testosterone every year. Do something about it with M-Drive.
I created M-Drive because I felt personally that I needed something extra. I noticed as I was getting older that I just didn't have the strength and stamina I had when I was younger. Men notice an energy increase. They have more strength, more stamina, more sex drive. Men will feel like their biological clock just got turned back.
M-Drive lets men be men again. Visit mdriveformen.com today.
Can I have $1? Yeah, it's right. I think my purse is upstairs on the bed. It's not here. Check the dining room. No. What about your sister's room? It's not there either. The upstairs closet? The downstairs closet?
There are no more closets.
Moms everywhere are finding ways to keep kids active and healthy. Get ideas, get involved, get going at letsmove.gov.
Speed's coverage of NASCAR Sprint Cup final practice from Martinsville is brought to you in high definition by Funai. Funai, fun and innovative. Experience more at FunaiAmerica.com. 44 minutes into an hour-and-a-half practice session here at Martinsville, and Clint Boyer has now found his way to the top of the speed chart, the number 33, and of course he is our most recent winner in the Sprint Cup Series. And how huge that was last week, not only for Clint, he's leaving Richard Childress Racing at the end of the year. We talked about the points implications a moment ago of that win, but Clint told us in Victory Lane last week that he really wanted to leave Richard Childress on a good note. Richard brought him into the Sprint Cup Series. They've had tremendous success together. Financially, it didn't work out to stay together, but now they're going to part on a really good note. And Clint said they're always going to be great friends.
Yeah, I actually listened to an interview just this morning in Richard Childress Racing, and you can tell when you listen to both of them. I think Clint is excited about his new venture, going to Michael Waltrip Racing. And he said, I can never forget trying to figure a way to get out of that body shop in Kansas. And Richard Childress was the guy that got me out of that body shop. But you can even hear it in Richard that he truly, indeed, hates to see Clint Boyer leave Richard Childress Racing.
You saw these two guys right here together, and the 33 was wearing out Regan Smith. Regan Smith pulls over, and now he's going to follow the Clint Boyer car to figure out where he was getting beat at. If you were Regan Smith and you were getting ready to run at Martinsville, what would you go do?
Get ready to run the car? What would I go do?
Yeah, what would you go do?
I guess go shopping for furniture?
Yeah, I think he went to a hockey game. I think he's comparing Martinsville to hockey in a lot of ways. You're going to get slammed in the glass. So that's what I would do.
That's living like a bar fight on four wheels.
He must be a huge, no, who's a hockey fan? Harvick.
Harvick
is the hockey guy. Harvick loves hockey.
But yeah, Regan Smith went last night. Since we had no activity, he watched the Carolina Hurricanes beat the Chicago Blackhawks 3-0.
It's a good idea. Good thing to do with your spare time here.
Yeah.
It was either that or sit in the motor coach here and listen to the train go by.
Yeah, and I think they got $2 beer. I think they got $2 beer over there too.
And the Zamboni.
Yes.
Actually, in parts of Virginia today, we could have used the Zamboni. A little bit upstate, we had some snow in the mountains.
No way.
Pretty cool. And now we got no more rain here. So if you're up there in the snow, come down here to Martinsville and join us for the race tomorrow, because temperatures will pick up, and it's supposed to be an absolutely beautiful day. Regan Smith, of course, one of the many first-time winners we saw this year. His performance at Darlington, Kyle, was really second to none. And the thing about these first-time winners we saw this year was not necessarily that they were the first-time winners, but the tracks and the races that they won on. Trevor Bayne won the Daytona 500. Then it was Regan winning the Southern 500. Such a tough race to win. These guys won big races.
They won big races, and they beat big names. They didn't just fall into these races, okay? That is the one thing. Sometimes we'll have that first-time winner. It rains or something happens or you get good track position or it's a fuel mileage. But these guys that won races this year, they beat everybody they had to beat. I mean, when you're Regan Smith on 4 old tires and you're being chased by Carl Edwards on 2 fresh tires, that's a big, big victory. And at Darlington, that makes it huge.
One other thing I want you to watch, we've been talking about how the car goes through a rocket motion. Watch on Jimmy Johnson's 48 car, down the back straightaway. Look at the left front. Well, Murphy's Law, he's going to pull in. But I promise you we'll find another. I think we'll be able to see it here on Mark Martin's 5 car. But watch the left front. On the straightaway when the front end is out, how much that left front is leaned out at the top. That's camber, and that's positive camber. But when that car dives down and really travels in the corner, you can see that wheel really go in at the top. And what that does, that gets the full contact patch of that tire on the racetrack, which gives you more grip.
Well, right now, Clint Boyer is leading the way on top of the speed chart. Let's check in with Wendy for more on the 33 team.
Thanks, Johnny. And we did just watch Clint Boyer run that last run with the 78 of Regan Smith, and he said, I would kill him all the way around the racetrack, but then the 78 would beat him off the corner. So that's the area of the racetrack that he and his crew chief Shane Wilson are working on, is that drive off the turn. He said he's been loosened most of this practice, but he just loses that rear grip off, and he just can't beat anyone off the turn. Now, Shane Wilson had talked about trying a left side trailing arm, moving some things around. The car is up on jack stands now, so they're going to make some major adjustments before the 33 gets back on the track. But no doubt coming off that high from the win at Talladega, and will be joining us tomorrow on race day, Johnny.
Wendy, thanks a lot. We know who's going to join us on race day, but we do not know who is going to join us on Victory Lane. So that way, you really want to tune into that show. Sunday, immediately following the Cup race from Martinsville, turn to speed for NASCAR Victory Lane. Get expanded post-race coverage you can't find anywhere else. Watch NASCAR Victory Lane, fueled by Sunoco, at its new time immediately following the Cup race on Speed.
Usually, when a car maker turns one of its models into a race car, they have to add power. But when Chevrolet wanted to race the 638 horsepower Corvette ZR1 against Porsche, Ferrari, and BMW, we were asked to dial it back. Oh, about 168 horsepower. You know, just to be fair.
My sinus symptoms come with a cough that stays even after I treat.
Truth is, most sinus formulas don't treat a cough.
Really?
Alka-Seltzer Plus Sinus Liquid Gels fight sinus symptoms plus cough.
You're good.
Thanks.
That's the cold truth.
Android-powered Casio Gs1 Commando. Shock resistant, water resistant, life resistant.
Engines are tuned. So is Mobile One Extended Performance, perfectly tuned to protect your engine for up to 15,000 miles between oil changes. Mobile One, keep your engine running like new.
This is where names are engraved not just in metal, but in history. This is the chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup. This is why we drive.
Sprint brings you an inside look at what is happening now inside the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. What is happening now in this practice session is Clint Bowyer is the fastest. Not only is he fast today, but he is also the most recent winner in NASCAR's Top Series. Became the first non-chaser to win a chase race this year, and also is ending his career with Richard Childress Racing on a very good note. For more NASCAR stats, in-car audio, and live race radio, check out NASCAR Sprint Cup Mobile at sprint.com/speed. 52 minutes into this hour, 20-minute session here, so time is winding down. Clint Bowyer continues to lead the way. Jamie McMurray is up there on speed as well. David Stremme, Juan Pablo Montoya, and the fifth spot right now belongs to Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Looking at Martin Truex Jr. right now in the 56 car, he is 16th. His teammate David Ruderman in the 00 is 10th, and then Bobby Labonte in the 47 that comes out of that shop 11th. So all of them up in pretty much the top 15 or 16. To follow up on the story from Talladega, where those three drivers and their teams had a rule infraction. It pretty much was with the top of the windshield had been thinned down, which was the big thing that NASCAR had a problem with, and then it would go below the top of the roof, which is a little bit of an aero advantage at a place like Talladega. But on Tuesday, when NASCAR handed down the penalties, and boy, they definitely handed them down for those three teams, the crew chiefs, Rodney Childers for David Ruderman, Frank Kerr for Bobby Labonte, and Chad Johnson for Martin Truex Jr., they were each fined $50,000, and they were suspended for the next 4 races, which goes through the end of this season. The car chiefs for those three teams, which is like the assistant head coach, they were suspended for 4 races as well. And then the owner and driver were each docked for each team 25 driver owner points. So a big hit for those three teams after Talladega.
And what we did determine after that, Larry, there is an aerodynamic advantage to doing something like that. There was a competitive advantage.
Well, but it's like competition director of the Sprint Cup Series, John Darby, told me there's ways to do what they did, but do it in a much better way, in a much safer fashion. I think the big problem NASCAR had was thinning down that 1/4-inch windshield at the top.
Right now, Matt Kenseth will start second, but he is 29th on the speed chart. For more on the 17 team, let's go to Randy Pemberton.
Yeah, they got some work to do down here, Johnny. They're not totally happy, but they're going through this as are many of these other guys in the chase, very methodically. But they've run, I think, 37 laps, still on the same set of tires that they had on when they started this practice session. Currently, Matt Kenseth sits in the Crown Royal Ford in the garage area, and recently they have done a whole bunch of changes to it. Both rear springs have now been changed. They're also working on the lead in the left side frame rail, trying to slide some of the nose weight back a little bit. Matt just not comfortable with how the car is getting into the corner. So right now they continue to work on it. The car is up on scales, and as you know, they really need a solid run at a racetrack that Matt just simply hasn't been all that good at. Only 2 top 5s in 23 starts at this racetrack, although he was 6th here in the spring. JR?
Randy, thanks. And also a programming note for you. On Sunday night, Matt Kenseth is going to be in the wind tunnel with Dave Despain. And also, if you think Matt Kenseth is a dry guy, doesn't have a sense of humor, watch that program. Matt Kenseth has a great personality. You saw him on trackside a couple weeks back. He was hilarious, and he's funny. And so you better watch that. Tune in with Despain.
You do it great. You do Dave Despain better than Dave Despain.
Hey, I think Despain has said that before.
Do Dave Despain interviewing Jeff Gordon real quick.
Or do Dave
No
Despain
time.
take
They're going to be a 10 count. Yeah. All right, here's the top drivers right now. It's Clint Bowyer, Jamie Mack, and David Stremme. We'll be back.
It's just 30 minutes from my garage.
10 miles from the shop.
It's right down the road from where we train.
We're in the heart of NASCAR country. We're in the hub. NASCAR Race Hub Monday through Thursday nights at 6 Eastern. Only on Speed, the Motorsports Authority.
Can't stop me, no, you can't stop me. Can't stop me, no.
You want to save money on car insurance? No problem. You want to save money on RV insurance? No problem. You want to save money on motorcycle insurance? No problem. You want to find a place to park all these things? Forget about it. This is New York.
Hey, little guy, wake up!
Oh, calm off it, Mike.
Geico. Saving people money on more than just car insurance.
With DirecTV, you can start watching in one room, pause, and continue watching in any other room. Experience it yourself. Get your whole home connected for free. Don't just watch TV. DirecTV.
There's a new team in the garage. NASCAR and the American farmer are working together to introduce American ethanol, a renewable energy solution that is the right choice for the future of our sport, our country, and our planet. It's a brand new race day.
Welcome back to Martinsville, everyone, where there's roughly 25 minutes left in this one and only practice session for the Sprint Cup Series here. Let's take a look at the top 5 chasers in points right now and their career at the Martinsville Speedway. The average finish may not be stellar among these drivers, but look at the wins among them. There's plenty of wins out there with Harvick and Tony Stewart, a 2-time winner, but Tony hasn't won here in a long time, and admittedly, this is not the greatest of tracks for Carl Edwards and Matt Kenseth.
Well, if you look at the last 10 races at Martinsville, including the spring race, the only driver not named Jimmy or Denny to win here was Kevin Harvick, who won the spring race, only led 6 laps, but it was the right 6 laps.
And Kyle Busch led a race-high 151 laps, so you better watch out for Kyle here, too. People keep saying, don't write off this driver, don't write off that driver. Don't ever write off Kyle Busch, because if he's in a car with 4 wheels on it, he can win, and sometimes probably with 2.
Well, if you noticed the glitz when we came back from commercial, we had the top 6 drivers. Why? That's the only 6 drivers that are within a race. If you go to Jimmy Johnson, who's 7th, he's 50 points out. The most points you can make or lose in one race is 48 points. So the moral of the story, if Jimmy Johnson wins the race tomorrow and Carl Edwards finishes dead last, he still won't go by Carl Edwards. But I think Kyle made a great point this morning. Everybody gauges it off the points leader, but there's a lot of other drivers, including Kyle Busch, between Jimmy Johnson and Carl Edwards.
A lot of really good drivers, and I don't think that people factor some of that stuff in. Just because Jimmy Johnson wins the race, and if Carl Edwards is the first car out, Jimmy Johnson wins the race, and Matt Kenseth runs second, he only catches up 10 or 15 points. You know what I mean? He's still 30-some-odd points behind, and with 3 to go, the fat lady's singing.
That's how hard it is to make up points, but you know, it also can happen as well. And there we see a lot of rubber on the racetrack there, Mac.
Well, one thing, I talked about this tire that Goodyear changed. It's a softer tire. It has more grip to the racetrack. Another reason they changed it was to rubber in the racetrack quicker. But I think when you have a softer tire, it's going to wear quicker, and that's what we're basically seeing. We call marbles. In the outside the groove.
Because when you get up there and your tire's hot and that's cold rubber, it picks it up, and you lose all grip. You lose all grip, and the car really takes off. I'd rather have a dirty racetrack than to have a racetrack that looks like this. Just to be honest, if you're driving, because you feel like you can get up there and drive around stuff, but when you're up in those marbles, when you're up there, the car just takes off.
Well, you can get 4 NASCAR race tickets, 4 hot dogs, 4 drinks, and a race program, all for just $99. Order your exclusive Walmart Family Track Pack at walmart.com/NASCAR. Race time at Walmart. Gear up, stock up, and save. And it looks like the number 2 of Brad Keselowski is gearing up. Again, he doesn't have a lot of time on this racetrack, but what he has shown us throughout this year, don't look at whatever short record he has at a racetrack. Look for Brad Keselowski to be in the hunt.
And I'm going to give you, we were talking baseball this morning. Congratulations to the Cardinals and the Kenny Wallace's Cardinals. And Kenny Wallace is in our thoughts right now with his family and everything that's going on there. But we looked at the Cardinals being 10 games out at one time, still with 4 or 5 weeks to go. And then boom, all of a sudden, they win the World Series. Who would have thought Brad Keselowski, when we made the turn in July and August, who would have thought Brad Keselowski with 4 races to go would be 3rd in points and knocking on the door?
Let's go to Wendy for more on the number 39 team. Wendy?
And Ryan Newman has pulled it in right now for some more adjustments. Not exactly what he wants out of the race car right now. He said, I don't know where we are the weakest. I feel good, just not the greatest. And he's run over 50 laps. P13 in this practice session, but he's been loose all the way through the corner. I'm sorry, he's 16th now in this practice session. So they continue to work on this race car and improve Ryan Newman. He comes into this chase, as we know, 12 of the top 12 of the chase, 88 back. So he's had a rough going in the first 6 races right now in the chase, but they're trying to wrap things up and end on a high note with some wins, Johnny.
I think Ryan Newman is a prime example of what can happen to you here on this half-mile racetrack. There's so many things that can go on. You can cut a tire down. You can break a rear end gear. 1 year ago, Ryan Newman was leading, tore the gear up, and finished 30th. In the spring race, he was running solidly in the top 10, broke her header pipe, cut a tire, and ended up finishing 20th.
We're over an hour in, less than 20 minutes left here from Martinsville.
American Farmer are working together to bring us American ethanol, the right choice for the future of our sport, our country, and our planet. It's a brand new race day.
Ron Hornaday fought his way back into championship contention, pushing his teammate to victory in Talladega. Today, speed marches into Virginia as the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series tangles on the tight turns of Martinsville.
Get some contact.
Paint will be traded and metal will be crushed.
Oh, and into the back.
On a track where the bump and run still gets it done.
There's that bumper.
The NASCAR Camping World Truck Series from Martinsville. Today at 1:30 Eastern, live on Speed.
It's our weekend. But let me ask you, should we spend it wandering in some home improvement warehouse? No. I say we go to Ace. Yeah. Get help when we walk in the door. Yeah. Fix that garbage disposal before lunch. Yeah. Because we will maintain our homes. But we will also maintain our weekend.
It's time to get your weekend back and turn your to-do list into a to-done list. Ace, the helpful place.
Men lose testosterone every year. Do something about it with M-Drive.
I created M-Drive because I felt personally that I needed something extra. I noticed as I was getting older that I just didn't have the strength and stamina I had when I was younger. Men notice an energy increase. They have more strength, more stamina, more sex drive. Men will feel like their biological clock just got turned back.
M-Drive lets men be men again. Visit mdriveformen.com today.
We now offer phone service at $1.70 a month with Magic Jack Plus. That's $19.95 a year. $19.95 a year. No computer needed. Nothing changes. And now keep your old phone number. Get Magic Jack Plus at Radio Shack.
There are only 3 weeks left for your chance to see the 2011 NASCAR champion crowned during championship weekend at Homestead Miami Speedway. Visit speed.com/deals and purchase a Homestead Miami Speedway ticket and free race pit pass combo for $85 and receive a free speed gift as well. And contrary to popular belief, that speed free gift is not hanging out for a day with Larry Mack. We hoped it was, but it's not.
It's not.
It is not.
No,
unfortunately.
I guarantee that.
All right, Michael McDowell is on the top of the speed chart right now in the number 66. He's pulled it in. Clint Boyer fast as well, along with McMurray, Menard, and David Stremme. Dale Earnhardt Jr. has 9 top 5 finishes in his last 19 races, and that includes a trip here to Martinsville where he finished second into Kevin Harvick, who passed him with 6 laps to go in the race.
You know, I'm just looking at our scoring monitor with about 15 laps to go, and it just goes to show you how many laps you can run around this half-mile racetrack in roughly an hour and 15 minutes, which is how long we've been going here. And it looks like Denny Hamlin has run the most laps at 84 laps. Jimmy Johnson has run 83 laps. Dale Earnhardt Jr. has run 70. Paul Menard has run 76. Brian Vickers 77. So I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see maybe a couple drivers get up to 100 laps in this practice session.
And this is the only chance you get this time around. The earlier practice sessions were rained out, so this is a big one, Randy.
I think we're seeing another example like we did on Mark Martin, Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s teammate, just about how much positive camber you have in that left front tire. It's because the car is up in the air so much on the straightaways and dives so much. Just look at that. NASCAR has a maximum, and I can promise you, I believe they've got it maxed out on the left front of Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s car.
For more on one of our championship contenders, let's go to Randy Pemberton.
Yeah, once again, Kevin Harvick, the winner here in the spring. And if you remember, those guys worked awfully hard on this race car here in the spring. Didn't even climb inside the top 10 until nearly the 400 lap mark. And he got the benefit of about 8 cautions and plenty of time to work on it. Right now, this team all over this race car just now changed the right rear spring. Kevin continues to complain about getting up off the corner without spinning the tires. But they had a little bit of a scare just moments ago. They had the very first ignition box kind of go out. They're not sure exactly why that was. They switched to the backup ignition box, and they'll check that after practice. Let's go over to Wendy.
Thanks, Randy. That's ironic because that's my report on the 22 of Kurt Busch is the ignition boxes. It was stumbling for them, and they had to switch over to box B, and everything's been fine with the other ignition box for Kurt Busch, but still battling in much of the same condition that they had at the beginning of practice, that they were just loose everywhere. Now, in the middle of the practice session, Kurt told his crew chief, Steve Addington, I think we need more than what you think, Steve. The changes aren't really doing much, and that's when they threw the car on scales. They made a lot of adjustments, and it did improve him, but right now he's having to gingerly walk through the turns, in his words on the radio. So they're still making some final adjustments to get him a little bit more comfortable with the drive of this race car.
What I find interesting, it looks like Steve Addington and Kurt Busch, they've made the decision to move the lead in the left side, and probably they're moving it ahead because the car is loose. I go back to Carl Edwards in the garage area early. They were moving the lead back in his race car because his car wasn't turning as good.
Well, time is running out on this practice session here at Martinsville, but it's also running out on the chase for the 2011 NASCAR Sprint Cup. Michael McDowell leads the way. We got 4 races to go this year.
Breaking news. Victory lane right after the Cup race from Martinsville finishes. Switch to speed when the race is done, because we're just starting. Woo! Brand new time for Victory lane right when the race ends.
As a fan of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series, I want to get as close to the action as I can get. One way to do that is to use the NASCAR Sprint Cup mobile app for my HTC Evo 4G. Another way is to hide in the back of Carl Edwards' car. Yeah, Carl! Whoa, we're getting ramped!
Get unlimited access to the chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup with highlights, news, and more. Truly unlimited data, only from Sprint.
This is not as safe as I initially planned.
Ah, collector car, you've got the life. Our owner picks perfect days for your drives. Me, he runs rain or shine day after day. What am I, a machine? Good thing he feeds me well with new stable ethanol treatment. It removes water and prevents corrosion caused by today's ethanol fuels. Even cleans my fuel system. I feel like I can run forever. Nothing's gonna dampen my enthusiasm. My tires? Maybe. But not my enthusiasm.
Speed's presentation of NASCAR Sprint Cup final practice from Martinsville is presented by Gander Mountain. Don't be that guy. Gear up at Gander Mountain. We live outdoors. And brought to you in part by Sprint, proud sponsor of the chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup. And that chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup is 6 down, 4 to go, and one of those 4 includes somewhat of a wild card here at Martinsville. This is the 126th Cup Series race at Martinsville. That makes this place one of the oldest continually operating racing facilities in the world. And boy, there's a lot of history here, but somebody wants to definitely make some history is A.J. Allmendinger. He is one of those drivers knocking on the door of a victory. He obviously can get it done. It just hasn't happened yet.
It just hasn't happened yet. And I'm telling you, he gets around this place good. This is a place that I think he looks forward to coming to. And that 43 car has always run good up here. No matter John Andretti won races up here. Bobby Hamilton run great in at the King. Everybody that ever had one of those cars that came up here. But A.J. has done a really good job. And it's good to see as the year has gone on, they've gotten stronger. They haven't gotten flat. They haven't dropped off. They've gotten stronger. I want to go back to the 29 car of Kevin Harvick and a couple of things. As Wendy was talking to him there. Kevin, it took him, he caught the cautions, he got in the right place last year. Why? Because he qualified bad. He's not the greatest qualifier when it comes to Martinsville. So I think this rain out and the way things are going to be here is going to play a little bit more into Kevin's hands when you start looking at it. I remember the first race up here that Gil Martin kept telling Kevin, you got one of the fastest cars on the racetrack, and Kevin kept saying, BS, no way, I'm running 27th, I'm running 28th. And Gil's like, no, when you get clear track, you've got that clear racetrack. And Gil kept, as a cheerleader, kept Kevin pumped up, kept him in the race, and then put themselves in the race late. So I do think, you know, we talk about Carl and Matt and those guys being up front and benefiting from the starting with the rain out. I think Kevin Harvick and a couple of guys like that are going to benefit.
Well, we will see who benefits best this time around, but Sprint brings you an inside look at what is happening now inside the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series and what is happening on the track as the hardest working man out there is David Reagan in the number 6. He has run the most laps in this practice at 92 and still has some time left to log a few more laps. For more NASCAR stats, in-car audio, and live race radio, check out NASCAR Sprint Cup Mobile at sprint.com/speed.
You know, the other thing David Reagan has accomplished, our scoring monitor, is A.J. Allmendinger has just wearing him out. Finally, David said, you know what, just go on. I'm going to go into the garage area.
That helped entry a little bit, and that helped the center just a little. Like I just need some more of that. I need it to be a little bit more secure on entry. It gets a little freer as I run. The turn looks better. Off is not bad, but it just gets freer on entry as I go. And I can...
Whoa. Little bump on by the Biff, the back of the number 29.
Yeah, look at him run up. Look at the 29 run up and run into Biff right there. He didn't like that at all. These guys are having words. I wish that tent wasn't there.
Yeah, I think we got a problem there.
Get it in there. Get it in there.
Yeah. Okay. That is just a glimpse at what we will probably see this weekend on the short track. Tempers do fly.
Yeah, look at the rear bumper on this 29. If we can get a shot at it, you can see that it's caved in a little bit.
Here's the incident, so to speak, of. That's Biffle in the 16 behind the 29 of Kevin Harvick in the straightaway.
You know, one thing that I think was going on with Kevin Harvick, we just saw him in the garage area.
You're right.
They were filling it up with fuel, putting 4 fresh tires on. Air pressure's way down. It's cold. I just don't think his car was hooking up right now.
I think he just left the pits, and you saw the thing buzz the tires, and then the 16 car just gets in the back of him as he's. But watch Kevin. Kevin just runs it in there high and gets up into it. You can see the left rear tire of the 16.
Take one more look.
Kevin just doesn't turn right there. Boom. I'm going to use all this racetrack, Biff.
8 tires is better than 4.
Yeah, I'm going to use all this.
And the message on the short track is always well heard. We got to take another break right now. Michael McDowell continues to lead the way on top of the speed chart with Clint Boyer, Jamie McMurray, and Jimmy Johnson. More practice in a moment.
Hey, it says just take one. I can't read.
Walmart has low prices every day for Halloween. From bags of candy to bigger bags of candy. Backed by our ad match guarantee. Save money, live better. Walmart.
I have a cold. I took NyQuil, but I'm still stuffed up.
Truth is, NyQuil doesn't unstuff your nose.
Really?
Alka-Seltzer Plus liquid gels fights your worst cold symptoms, plus it relieves your stuffy nose.
Thank you.
That's the cold truth.
Welcome to an exclusive tour of the 2011 NASCAR Nationwide Series. We have big changes to discuss and new faces to meet. But first, we're going to take a look at some of the new cars hustling their way into the series.
Just traded some serious paint with that Mustang.
These are some of the new faces that I mentioned earlier. Of course, their faces aren't always this angry looking.
The 2011 NASCAR Nationwide Series. Something new around every turn.
Ron Hornaday fought his way back into championship contention, pushing his teammate to victory in Talladega. Today, speed marches into Virginia as the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series tangles on the tight turns of Martinsville.
Got some contact.
Paint will be traded and metal will be crushed.
Oh, and into the back.
At a track where the bump and run still gets it done.
There's that bumper.
The NASCAR Camping World Truck Series from Martinsville. Today at 1:30 Eastern, live on Speed.
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. And NASCAR would like to thank all of our loyal fans for your continued support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.
Welcome back, everybody. The Sprint Cup Series final practice presented by Gander Mountain. And if you look at the Sprint Cup Series garage area, Wendy's the only one in there. Everybody else is out trying to take advantage of the last couple of minutes of this practice session because practice time is at such a premium this weekend.
Yeah, we pretty much got the conveyor belt of race cars that's out there right now just trying to get these final laps in. Let's watch this 29 car closely. Kyle picked up on something during break. Watch the left rear tire. We've been talking about these cars. And Murphy's Law is going to come in again on us.
There it is.
I know how to make somebody go
I'm sorry, man.
and just start talking about it. But what we were seeing is you could see how when he would get on the straightaway that the left rear tire would almost unload. You could see it almost gain height. And then when he would go to put the throttle down, you could see that left rear tire really loaded. You start the air pressure so low, especially in the left side tires, down to about maybe 8 or 9 PSI when you put a fresh set of tires on.
Looks like Jeff Gordon, though, has already built back up that pressure, though. It didn't seem like his tire was wrinkling quite like Harvick's was.
It is. When you look across, when we have that other camera shot, we were too close on the tire right there. You watch the thing right here. Watch this thing.
Here we go.
See how it's wrinkled right there? Then, boom, when he jumps up off of it, it unwrinkles itself. And that goes back to what Larry was talking about. You're loading the thing under acceleration. All that weight, all the transfers to the back. You're trying to get that grip. And then when you get off of it and that front slams down, the car pivots through the center. And as it pivots through that center of gravity and it loads the front, that's why these guys keep moving the lead around to get that balance of in and exit and to get it just right so the driver feels comfortable and neutral, because you can overcompensate from one end to the other.
It's really one of the coolest things you can do at a racetrack is to stand on one of the straightaways at Martinsville and watch the front of that car get up and watch them get on the brakes and get it down again. Let's go to Wendy Venturini.
Well, things just got very, very interesting in the garage area. Greg Biffle ran into the 29 as they came into the garage. We are following Greg Biffle. He is making his way down to the 29 of Kevin Harvick. And I'm sure there are words that are going to be said in just a minute, but it continued as they came into the garage area when Greg Biffle was pulling in and Kevin Harvick was pulling in. And here we see Greg Biffle now walking up to Kevin Harvick, the 29 crew members. Kevin Harvick has now walked up to Biffle. Crew members have centered around them. NASCAR officials now trying to break up the fight. You see Greg Biffle having words with Kevin Harvick. It's very loud down here, but he got into his ear. Everybody's pointing fingers, and it's drawn a lot of media attention, as you can imagine.
It actually looks like Greg and Kevin's trying to have a conversation about it, though, actually.
And here's what started it. Number 16 gets in the back of the number 29, and Larry, you had put the made the point that Kevin Harvick had just gotten back out on the racetrack and probably hadn't got hooked up enough yet. Kevin did not like the 16 getting in the back of him, and then it all happened in the garage afterwards.
They basically just stopped on the back straightaway, and you could see cars coming by them on the outside.
That could have been dangerous. Well, and then it all goes into the garage area.
Oh, then they run into each other right there. Now that's a little bit of That's totally different right there. That's a little bit extracurricular.
2 points I want to make. It's been about a decade, but Greg Biffle, Kevin Harvick, they do have a history. It actually goes all the way back to the Nationwide Series back in 2001, 2002. And I think back to about race number 2 of the Chase last year in practice, Kevin Harvick and Denny Hamlin.
All right, so we have history all over the place, and it always comes out on the short track. That's why this is going to be a great weekend for Sprint Cup Series racing. Michael McDowell was fastest in this practice session. Then it's Clint Boyer, Jimmy Johnson, and J.B. McMurray. There is the back of Kevin Harvick's car as he got a little bit of bumping and banging going on already, and we haven't even started racing yet, but we're in for 500 great laps. Let's now get you back to the Speed Center and Adam Alexander.
Good afternoon from the Speed Center. I'm Adam Alexander. Here's what's happening today. We start with Formula One qualifying this morning for the inaugural Indian Grand Prix. Felipe Massa, one of the drivers to watch. Now, this is the first time they've ever been to this facility, so there are always concerns. How about the curbs? Massa here suffering a broken suspension. He did qualify 6th. You see the replay, and you may remember he was quickest in the second practice session yesterday. Tough break for him. Lewis Hamilton fast in qualifying, qualified in the 2nd spot, but he will start 5th because yesterday he was penalized 3 grid positions for going too fast in a caution period in P1. Red Bull, always good in qualifying. Mark Webber qualified 3rd, but will start 2nd because of those issues for Lewis Hamilton. And Sebastian Vettel once again delivering on qualifying day, picking up his 13th pole of the year. It's the 16th this season for Team Red Bull. And how about this? With 2 rounds to go this season following this weekend in India, you have Sebastian Vettel, who is 1 pole shy of the single season record set by Nigel Mansell. There are the Red Bull guys on the front row. Fernando Alonso and Jenson Button make up row 2. You can see coverage of the race tomorrow on Speed. The names Stewart and Gibbs are back together in racing. This time, it's not Tony, but 2-time Supercross champ James Stewart that will try and deliver the coach a title. While his move to JGR will start with him on a bike in 2012, the long-term plan is for Stewart to move to a stock car.
Knowing that these guys are putting all the millions of dollars in resources and they just need a rider, and I felt like being able to come here and win for these guys and bring a championship to a coach that he's never had, I think that's pretty special, and I'm looking forward to doing that. And I learned how Jimmy won a lot of championships and how the Chase setup is completely different from what we do, so I think that's going to be me.
And getting close to deciding a champion in NHRA for 2011 this weekend. Las Vegas playing host. 2 sessions of qualifying are complete. 2 more today. Top Fuel, Brandon Bernstein, your leader right now. And Funny Car, Robert Height is the man. In Pro Stock, you got Jason Line, who could clinch the 2011 title this weekend. Pro Stock Motorcycles, your leader, Hector Arana. A couple of more sessions today before eliminations tomorrow. Now let's play in the dirt. How about USAC Sprints at Canyon Speedway Park in Peoria, Arizona? That was Danny Sheridan going up and over. Stevie Sussex trying to outdo him right here. And the man who was really smiling at the end of the night would be one Brian Clausen, the Noblesville, Indiana native, a winner yesterday evening. He'll go for the sweep tonight in Peoria. Chris Wyndham, Damian Gardner, Levi Jones, Mike Spencer making up the top 5 yesterday evening at the Canyon Speedway Park. ASCS preliminaries for the short track nationals at the I-30 Speedway in Little Rock, Arkansas. Prelim number 1. It's Brady bringing home the bacon. That was nice. Not to be outdone. Prelim number 2, Danny Lasowski getting the checkered flag. Big time cash on the line tonight in the finals, like $15,000. Speed Center back here tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. We look forward to seeing you then. And right now, it's time to go to Martinsville, Virginia. Short track racing at its best. A championship on the line. 3 rounds to go for the Camping World Truck Series, and it all starts right now. Chris Devoda has the setup from the paperclip. We'll see you later on.
Twice Twice a year, the trucks come to the tiny track tucked into the hills of a tiny Virginia town. But don't let the size fool you. For several drivers, this little loop offers up the biggest challenge of the year.
Digging with everything he's got. What a great run for Austin Dillon. We talk about the youth movement. James Busher, just 21 years old. Here comes Sauter. There's that bumper. Johnny Sauter has closed the gap. Add to his record-setting Camping World Truck Series career. Hornaday goes to victory lane again.
With history and tradition as deep as the roster of names that have turned laps here, if these walls could talk, they would tell one of NASCAR's greatest stories. The next chapter is about to be written. The setup, presented by Polaris, is on. Hello, everyone. Welcome to The Setup. I'm Krista Voda. It's a day that started dreary and soggy. It is still cold and very windy, but the sun is shining. Now, yesterday, the trucks were the only thing that got on the track. Kevin Harvick and Denny Hamlin are in this field, meaning they got valuable track time that other Sprint Cup drivers did not. See, it pays to come play with the trucks. Ray Dunlap is in the corral, and things are starting to get busy down there. Ray, what's going on?
Well, Krista, drivers starting to gather around here as we get ready to go. The Sprint Cup Series just finished their practice, and now the trucks get to go race. And Max Pappas, when we were here in the spring, you had a great run. I never thought you'd be a Martinsville kind of guy.
I'm picking up the Virginian accent. Yeah, I'm working on it. But today I'm really excited. I think the Geico Toyota has a really good chance to run in top 5. We've been working really hard, and today I'm sporting on my Geico Toyota the sticker of my friend Marco Simoncelli, and in Italian it says "Super sick, dagli di gas." That means keep it wide open. I'm going to be missing him. He's a good friend of mine, and tough couple of weeks in racing, but love to be here in Martinsville and say thanks to all the race fans up there. It's fun, and I like you with a wig better.
Oh, yeah, I know. And I'm going to start working on my Movember here pretty soon, too. Hey, real quick, Justin Lofton, jump over here, buddy. Want to ask you, tell us about your qualifying run and your expectations for today's race.
Our qualifying run was really good on the collegecomplete.com Chevy. It's about what we expected, unloaded really good. And as far as the race, I wish I knew the key to finishing really good here because I haven't finished very good in the first 3 trips, but we're going to stay calm, cool, and collected and go get it at the end of it. All right, we wish you good luck today. And I want to tell you, if you guys want to check out what's going on, you can follow us right here on Twitter at NASCAR NCWTS on Speed. So if you want to know what's happening there, and we got a lot of people who have written in, including Chickadiva number 2, who says, hey, at Truck Pits, that's me. She wants to know who I think's going to win the championship this year. And boy, I'll tell you, it has been such a battle coming in here to Martinsville. Chickadiva, we got 3 races left, and I have to tell you right now, the sentimental favorite has to be Ron Hornaday. Look what he's done in the last few races to get right back in this hunt. But I have to tell you, I'm sticking with my preseason pick. I think Austin Dillon is the man to beat for the championship this year. Krista?
Well, it's going to be good, Ray, and we know it's going to go down to the wire. In sports, every game has the potential to produce a hero. We saw it 2 nights ago in an unbelievable Game 6 in the World Series. Last night, the St. Louis Cardinals sealed the deal and were crowned world champs. Last week in Talladega, another dream was met. It was a dream, ironically, that belongs to a one-time St. Louis kid. Here's a look back at our race in Talladega.
Just 25 points separated the top 5 drivers going into the most unpredictable track on the circuit.
Talladega, the place where truly anything can happen.
The 2-truck tandem was new to the Truck Series, and some drivers caught on faster than others.
Mike Wallace and Ron Hornaday pulling away, leaving everybody in their rearview mirror.
Tied down on the inside, then up on the outside. That's making it very difficult for Parker to drive that truck.
Come on, turn number 2, Johnny Sauter and Matt Crafton, the teammates get together.
They had purposely went to the back of the field to try to run this 2-truck tandem and work on it. The 16 truck blew a tire in front of him. Crafton, who drove it, Sauter into the fence, and now they're working on that 13, trying to get him back out there. Oh, problems! Kligerman goes around. Bodine right behind him.
What's he doing? He's all the way up beside him. He just
I was trying to get some air. His truck moved down. That put me up beside him, and then we just got together.
That was the tandem racing gone bad. It sure looks like Mike Wallace and Ron Hornaday looked the best doing it.
As the laps wound down, even competitors teamed up to take on the KHI trucks.
Austin Dillon out in front. Kyle Busch has jumped in behind him.
But in the closing laps, two of the championship contenders had trouble.
Watch that 3 truck. He had shut the engine off to try to conserve fuel, but he did not maintain his speed, and NASCAR is putting him back about 12 positions.
There's one out of gas back there.
That was the 17 of Timothy Peters that was running out of gas.
Let's take back up.
Just finished then.
1 lap to go.
Wallace and Hornaday have been teammates. They've worked together all afternoon. Let's see if they abandon each other down the stretch.
Will there be KHI orders for Hornaday to win this race?
Here comes the challenge. Buscher and Carmichael on the fly.
Mike Wallace will hold it off. He will win here at Talladega today.
And that is a Kevin Harvick Incorporated win right there.
This teamwork is so incredible because it started back at KHI, and there was a plan from Monday morning of how this race would hopefully run. And right here, this is an incredible, unselfish individual, Ron Hornaday, because, you know, he could have worked for the win. It's been so long since I won a race, and nobody knows how much this means to me.
A feel-good story indeed. Taking a look at our points, Matt Crafton took a hit in Talladega, but he is looking for a comeback today. 4 races ago, Todd Bodine was 10th. Now he's close to cracking the top 5. Up front, Austin Dillon did have a 5-point lead over Johnny Sauter. Now James Buscher is back on his heels, just 3 points behind. Ray, right now, it's a battle of the 21-year-olds.
Absolutely, Kristen. It's been fun to watch these young guys get up there and mix it up a little bit. And Austin Dillon, you got a chance to do it today at Martinsville. Anything can happen. I know you guys brought the truck that you had a great run with at New Hampshire. So what's the difference from that track to this one to make this truck go fast?
You know, it's quite a bit different. You know, it's just a way shorter straightaways, really tight corners. It's a paper clip, and New Hampshire's similar, just way longer and a lot more banking for what you got. And I'm really proud of these guys. They turned it around yesterday after practice, and 10th isn't bad. I think we'll be all right there. We'll just have to work our way up through there. And like you said, there's so many ways you can win this race, and we got to be there at the end to have a shot at it.
Absolutely. That's a good philosophy. And Hermie Sadler's been over in the Cup Garage practicing, and now, guess what? He's going to join our broadcast.
Well, thank you, Ray. Glad to be here with James Buscher. And you guys have been making a tremendous move in the points, trying to get up there and contend for this championship. And you mentioned earlier today that you guys have been doing some short track testing. How do you think that helped, and what will it enable you to do today?
I think it definitely helped, you know, just our package for here at Martinsville. We've been pretty good at a lot of the other short tracks. Ran good at ORP or Lucas Oil Raceway earlier this year. But we've always struggled at this racetrack, and I think we've got the best package we've ever had for this racetrack before. And, you know, our truck's fast. Wolfpack Reynolds Chevy starts 5th today, so I think that's my best qualifying effort since I've been here. I'm not really sure, but the truck's driving better than I've ever had one drive here, and we've got a good truck for the long runs, I think, and it was good in traffic yesterday. And you know, we just got to finish as high up at the front as we can, and hopefully win this thing, and you know, go after that championship.
And Krista, I've never seen so many drivers, when you ask them what they have for the race, they're not really sure. That lack of practice time has really got these drivers wondering what they're going to have when the green flag drops.
And that's, Hermie, why you have to stay tuned. We just don't know what to expect. James Buscher still looking for his first win. Winning is something Kevin Harvick has done here a lot. He won the Cup race here in the spring and won the 2 spring truck events each of the 2 years before that. Now, Kyle Busch has never won at this track, but he is not in that truck today. Denny Hamlin is driving Kyle's truck. Denny, a pro at Martinsville in a Cup car, has never won in a truck. He feels, and so does Kyle, that this is his best shot. Well, Denny's teammate today is Josh Richards, driving the number 51 trucks. As we head to break, let's turn back to Talladega again for a moment and give some much-deserved thumbs up to the guys who not only survived, but thrived. As we said, Josh Richards, he's one of them after starting 22nd. Richards turned in a career-best 13th place finish. Mad Max was racing in honor of his friend Dan Weldon last week. Pappas finished 10th, his first top 10 since this race in the spring. Might be another good day for Pappas. Jason White has had 2 top 5s this year. They came at Kentucky and again last week at Talladega. And again, what a day for Mike Wallace. Congratulations on one of the feel-good wins of the year. More from Martinsville still to come.
Breaking news. Victory Lane right after the Cup race from Martinsville finishes. Switch to speed when the race is done, because we're just starting. Woo! Brand new time for Victory Lane right when the race ends.
Welcome to Camping World. Camping World is #1 for a reason. We are more convenient, more affordable, and more fun. Don't take our word for it. Just ask any one of our happy RV campers. Over 8 million served and growing. We've got everything you'll ever need at Camping World.
We got everything you'll ever need at Camping World.
That's amazing! You know what else is amazing? How easy it is to save money on motorcycle, boat, or camper insurance with Geico. Geico, saving people money on more than just car insurance.
Amazing. Inspiring. Breathtaking. Every chase, every race. This is Magnavox. See what you've been missing. Magnavox, engineered in Japan by Funai.
For the past 10 years, our graduates shared their stories. Now they come together for the first time.
I feel like I've known these people for years, and I've just met them.
Going ITT Tech, I have to say, is the thing that changed my life.
People see me and they see that I've succeeded, the change in life that it's occurred within me just having my education.
Everything starts with the day I walked into that door at ITT. Night and day difference from where I was to where I am thanks to the education. That one choice to walk in and talk to a recruiter has spawned everything that has happened in my life over the last few years.
It's made a big difference in my life. It's opened doors for me and my family to have not only a better life, but more time to relax, more time to enjoy life.
We are educators helping people build a foundation for the rest of their lives. ITT Technical Institute, education for the future. Call 1-800-488-3652 or visit us on the web.
The setup is presented by Polaris, the hardest working, smoothest riding off-road vehicles, now at your local dealer. Brought to you in part by Camping World and the Good Sam RV Club. Everything for the RV lifestyle, including RVs, accessories, warranties, insurance, roadside assistance, and more. And in high definition by Funai. Funai, fun and innovative. Experience more at FunaiAmerica.com. Well, two of our Truck Series drivers, Timothy Peters and Brendan Gaughan, came to the Martinsville area a little early this week. They were the guests of honor at Laurel Park Middle School, where they spoke to hundreds of students about a day in their life, racing in general, and the overall theme, chasing your dreams. Now, Peters grew up in nearby Danville, Virginia, so coming home is always a treat. The two drivers also signed autographs and posed for pictures. You know, NASCAR could not have picked two better representatives to motivate and inspire Virginia's youth.
You know, just getting the message across to these kids, and I tell you, what a lot of energy these kids had today. It was just awesome to be around, give some autographs away, give some gloves away, show them what we do and how we do it, and tell them to do the right thing.
I got a 1-year-old child. Even before I had him, I always loved kids. So if I can come in here and make any difference to 10 of these 765, as the principal told us, children, then it's very special for me.
You know, the funny thing is, this is not one of Brendan Gaughan's favorite tracks. He always gets asked to make appearances, which he's happy to do. You know, on paper, Martinsville doesn't sound so bad, only a half mile, nice and flat, but she is old and she is mean. We were last here on April 2nd. It was race number 4 in the season, and up to that point, no Truck Series regular had been to Victory Lane. That streak would end before the day was done. The vault is not even dusty. We're only cracking it open 6 months ago. Take a look. Welcome back to the venue that breeds hostility, Martinsville Speedway.
Johnny Sauter,
cold wind bring the field to the green flag. We're underway in Martinsville.
Johnny Sauter has been out front of every lap early on in this race. Another good restart for Johnny Sauter. Kyle Busch looking to take away the top spot as he comes out of turn 2.
If you've got Kyle Busch anywhere around you, you better not be conservative. It'll cost you a spot. That's exactly what happened.
And around goes to 30 of Bodine at the hands of Kevin Harvick.
Johnny Sauter finally to pit road on lap 73. His race truck has been loose since they dropped the green flag, but as they say, loose is fast. It's a little wedge in the left rear.
They're adjusting camber on the right front of that Kevin Harvick truck. I just saw a front end shim. Yeah. Upper control arm shim thrown out, so they're adjusting the camber on that truck.
Start finish.
They're going to have to go, Phil. They're going to lose a lap. Red flag condition now at Martinsville Speedway.
Battling for space. James Bush was trying to get to the inside of Jeffrey Earnhardt going down in the corner.
Wow,
That's the very fastest part of the racetrack when these guys got together.
Kyle's pretty good. We're pretty good, and the two's pretty good. Honestly, we're just trying to survive.
Green flag back in the air. Kyle Busch on the inside. Sauter on the outside. Contact. Sauter not as good a restart.
Amazing what Kevin Harvick has done today.
Major adjustments under the hood on the 2 truck. He was 2 laps down, and he's running 3rd. Here comes Sauter. There's that bumper. Side by side down the backstretch. Here comes Sauter. He's got the preferred line as they go to 3. Door to door as they come out of turn number 4. White flag in the air. 1 to go from Martinsville. Coming out of 4. Johnny Sauter wins in Martinsville.
How did they beat this place?
Well, Sauter celebrated that win by welcoming baby Paige into the world a couple of days later. This is Paige's big brother, Penn. Penn at the track today, and looks like he's helping Parker Kligerman's crew change tires. I love that. Ray, are you standing by with Penn's dad?
Absolutely. Always good to have an extra crew chief. And hey, buddy, can you give me a fist bump? Can I get one? Pow! How's that? Yeah, just like Daddy, hamming up the mic.
Yeah, that's it. It looked like he was going to take a bite out of that thing there for a minute, but look at him. There he is.
What are you going to be for Halloween, bud?
Oh, he's shy now.
Does he know?
Yeah, he's going to be Dracula. I don't know that he knows it, but that's what he's going to be. So I was just trying to teach him there to kick Parker's truck there for a minute. He grabbed it pretty good. So
you got a winning truck today?
I think so. Safe Auto Curb Record Chevy was good. You know, obviously here in the spring, and we've got the similar setup back in it now. So hopefully we can go up there and race hard. Obviously Crafton's on the pole, so it's going to be an interesting day to say the least.
I think he thinks this is an ice cream cone.
He probably does.
All right, go good. See you, Hermie.
Well, we got the Steakum man over here, Ron Hornaday, and 2 months ago you didn't give yourself much of a chance to win this championship. Now you come to one of your best tracks with a chance to make up more ground. Qualified second. Can you get it done today?
I hope so. I mean, Bruce Cook and the guys done a great job in the Steakum Chevrolet, so we'll use that ECR power and see if we can get them on the outside, but it's going to be tough. We got Denny Hamlin right there, so hopefully you don't close the gap and I can sneak in there.
And what has it been with you and Bruce Cook? Since you guys have been together, something has clicked with you and your confidence and your ability to get up there and close the deal again?
I don't know. I think Bruce just believes in me, and I believe in him. I mean, what he's done for KHI is unbelievable with the 4 guys he's got working on this truck. So he come aboard on the 33 truck. I appreciate that, and we'll see what we got for him.
That's Ron Hornaday Jr. He starts P2.
Well, Hermie, Hornaday is incredible on the short tracks, but up until this race last year, he had never won here. So what is it about Martinsville that makes it so deceptively difficult? For the answer, we turn to our experts upstairs. Rick Allen, Phil Parsons, and Michael Waltrip are toasty warm in the broadcast booth. That's great, guys. So why is this track so difficult for drivers?
Obviously, the answer to that question is probably between you two guys. You'll be able to answer that. But we just heard from 2 of our championship contenders, and Johnny Sauter and Ron Hornaday. What is Martinsville to this championship hunt? How do they have to get through this race to be in the hunt for the title?
Well, when we got down towards the end of the season, I think they looked at Talladega and they looked at Martinsville. We've got to get by those 2. Okay, Talladega's in a rearview mirror. Now it's Martinsville. We have 3 races left. This is the one that I think these guys say we have to emerge from here unscathed, still have a shot at this championship, and then we'll go racing on the 1.5 miles when we go there. But this racetrack is so tough, so small, so tight. You get a lot of beating and banging. You get a lot of tempers flaring. You get flat tires. You can lose 2 or 3 laps with a flat tire. So many things can go on in this race. Right now, 80% of the time, the guy that qualifies in the top 10 wins the race. All 4 of our top point contenders have done that. They're all in the top 10. So I think right now they've done that part of it. They can check that off the list. But Michael, Ray Dunlap told us a few moments ago that Austin Dillon was his favorite for the championship at the beginning of the season. Who's your favorite?
I like Austin Dillon, but darn, Phil, I don't think I want to be the favorite. Look at the year in sports. The Packers won the NFL championship from the wild card position. The St. Louis Cardinals, with a month to go in the season, they didn't even know if they were going to be in the playoffs or not. They wound up winning the World Series. Brad Keselowski, he gets into the chase. He's up to 3rd in the points. He can win this championship. James Busher, Mr. Ace at Phoenix. Oh, yeah, he's 3 points out of the lead, and here comes Ron Hornaday from nowhere. So how are you supposed to handicap that kind of field? We got so many crazy things going on in the world of sports this year. Wouldn't surprise me to see James Busher miss a race and win the championship.
Well, there you go, Krista. We just gave you, well, we tried to give you the answer to your question as far as Martinsville and our championship hunt. It could be a wild card. It comes down to winning it today.
Yeah, it sounds like it's the year of the underdog. Thank you very much. And you know, if you thought the action in the spring was intense here at Martinsville, remember this race, 50 laps shorter. No time to hang back. You've got to go right from the start. Hey, another driver making a cameo in the field, Elliott Sadler. He's back in the number 24 Virginia Lottery Chevrolet. His last truck start here was 8 years ago. But nobody likes this track more than Matt Crafton, and he proved it today in qualifying on the pole with a new track record. The last short track race of the season, and at a short track, space is limited. Keep an eye out for the squeeze play. More from Martinsville around the turn.
Sunday, NASCAR race day revs up in Martinsville. We'll look back at how Talladega shook up the chase. And Richard Childress discusses his 100th career win. NASCAR race day built by the Home Depot, Sunday at 11 Eastern, live on Speed.
It's time to make our floor look better and feel softer. How about we start with the guaranteed low price on the carpet, the pad, and installation. Let's get peace of mind for a lifetime. It all adds up to better carpet at a better price. And a great-looking room transformed. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Get 10% off or 18-month special financing on carpet purchases of $450 or more when you use your Home Depot credit card.
Only Polaris delivers the ultimate combination of power, suspension, and agility. The only trail-capable side-by-side, Ranger RZR. The only sport performance side-by-side, RZR S. The only 4-seat sport, RZR 4. And the only extreme performance side-by-side, the 88 horsepower RZR XP. RZR sharp performance only from Polaris. Huge rebates and low financing are available right now during the Polaris factory authorized clearance.
Amazing. Inspiring. Breathtaking. Every chase, every race. This is Magnavox. See what you've been missing. Magnavox, engineered in Japan by Funai.
Today, Speed marches into Virginia as the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series tangles on the tight turns of Martinsville.
And some contact.
Here, a series legend looks to battle his way back into the title fight.
He just ripped his fender off.
Paint will be traded and metal will be crushed.
Oh, and into the back.
And a track where the bump and run is still alive.
There's that bumper.
The NASCAR Camping World Truck Series from Martinsville. Today at 1:30 Eastern. Live on Speed.
Welcome to Las Vegas. Please proceed for baggage claim on the lower level.
Yeah, NASCAR is back all right. Be there when the cars and the stars return to Las Vegas to celebrate another great year of racing. The 2011 NASCAR Sprint Cup Series Champions Week. Fast, fun, loud, perfect.
The setup is presented by Polaris, the hardest working, smoothest riding off-road vehicles, now at your local dealer. And brought to you in high definition by Funai. Funai, fun and innovative. Experience more at FunaiAmerica.com. Nicknamed the paperclip for its shape, long straightaways and tight turns, Martinsville is one of NASCAR's oldest, smallest, and toughest tracks. Ask a driver to name the legendary track that keeps him or her up at night, and chances are they will say this one, Martinsville. It is the next hurdle for our championship contenders.
Today, the circuit shifts from a super speedway where anyone can win to one of the toughest short tracks where it takes a skilled veteran or a perfect setup to win.
As he looks for the biggest checkered flag of his life, off turn 4, Tim Peters for the checkered flag.
In his 64th career start in the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series, Timothy Peters scores the win here at Martinsville Speedway.
Although Timothy Peters is a favorite to win at his home track, after finishing a disappointing 23rd at Talladega, he is more than a race behind. Now, probability narrows our search down to 4 competitors. Point leader Austin Dillon will need to stay close to perfect at Martinsville. With an average finish of 13th, he will need to lead at least a lap to help him in the points. James Buescher will need even more help.
James Buescher, Jeffrey Earnhardt tangle. Buescher slams head on into the outside wall in turn 3.
Johnny Sauter is looking to rebound after a wreck at Talladega.
Johnny Sauter and Matt Crafton, the teammates, get together. They slam the wall.
Sauter's chances to rebound are good.
Johnny started on the pole this afternoon. He'll bring it home with a win in the Kroger 250.
However, Ron Hornaday has got all the momentum. He has 6 top 10s and 3 wins in his last 6 races.
He's had the champion spark plug logo on that truck today. He's made a championship performance and run for the championship this year.
Thank you so much. Let me drive this thing. This is cool.
Plus, this great granddaddy took home the clock last fall. Next week, the series returns to the Lone Star State, where Hornaday scored his first victory of the season.
Ron Hornaday peels off turn 4 and heads to the checkers.
But Johnny Sauter could be one of Hornaday's toughest competitors.
They posted the 13th. They're going to take this win away from Johnny Sauter.
Johnny hit it back to the garage. Comment.
God bless America.
As for the young guns, James Buescher hasn't missed the target in his home state. However, Austin Dillon has shot himself in the foot the last 2 times out.
Oh, there it goes.
Hang on to it, bud. Hang on to it.
Just a situation that Austin had already committed to the outside.
With 1 week off between Texas and Homestead, the points battle could still be very similar. But if the championship hangs on Homestead alone, probability would favor a veteran.
44-year-old Ron Hornaday Jr. wins his 26th career NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series race.
But the last time the series had a 4-man battle at Homestead, things got controversial.
Brandon is around. Big problems. Our point leader gets spun around and hit hard into the wall.
I don't believe it.
Brendan, this morning I said I didn't think that the other team trucks would be a factor.
We had a Dodge that could win the championship. Jimmy Smith can kiss my...
There you have it.
In the closing laps, it was hard to determine who even won.
I think Jimmy Smith may be celebrating a little bit prematurely there. The black flag was definitely out for Ted Musgrave.
Ironically, the driver with the fewest wins won the championship. With 3 to go, the championship is still up for grabs for 4 competitors. But anything can happen, and it probably will.
Yes, it probably will. Right now, Austin Dillon is the driver with the bullseye on his back, 3 points ahead of his nearest competitor. In the mix as well, Timothy Peters. Is a special track for Peters. He grew up less than 20 minutes from this track. 2 years ago, he pulled off the David Freeze, winning at the track he visited and raced at as a kid. Somebody else to keep an eye on, David Starr. He won here in April of '06. He's always a factor at the short tracks. We'll get you ready to race here at Martinsville Speedway. It's going to be a fast one. Blink and you will miss something. We'll get you ready to race next.
Hey, it says just take 1. I can't read.
Walmart has low prices every day for Halloween. From bags of candy to bigger bags of candy. Backed by our Ad Match guarantee. Save money, live better. Walmart.
Tell us about Golden Corral's new chocolate Wonderfall.
It's like going to a wedding without dressing up.
You dip whatever you want in it. There's fruit and macaroons and Rice Krispie treats.
My favorite thing to dip is the marshmallows.
Yeah, the strawberry is great.
Yeah, the strawberry is good. I love chocolate. Always have since I was a little kid.
Only Golden Corral would introduce the indulgently delicious chocolate Wonderfall for the same low price.
One word, awesome.
It made my jaw drop.
Golden Corral. Now this is helping yourself to happiness.
Amazing. Inspiring. Breathtaking. Every chase, every race. This is Magnavox. See what you've been missing. Magnavox, engineered in Japan by Funai.
What makes us #1 in motorcycle insurance? We love bikes. We love riders. And most of all, we love to ride.
Perfect hair every time.
Leading the pack in motorcycle insurance. Now that's Progressive. Call or click today.
Men lose testosterone every year. Do something about it with M-Drive.
I created M-Drive because I felt personally that I needed something extra. I noticed as I was getting older that I just didn't have the strength and stamina I had when I was younger. Men notice an energy increase. They have more strength, more stamina, more sex drive. Men will feel like their biological clock just got turned back.
M-Drive lets men be men again. Visit mdriveformen.com today.
Welcome back to Martinsville, and it's another busy weekend on speed. Tomorrow, Speed Center, NASCAR edition starts things off. Then NASCAR Race Day, built by the Home Depot at 11 a.m. Eastern. After the race, NASCAR Victory Lane, another edition of Speed Center, and Dave Despain wraps up the day with Wind Tunnel. Well, for over half a century, NASCAR's biggest names have sat awake at night trying to figure out how to conquer this little half-mile track. It's a headache for some, heartache for others, and a chance for some to make history. Well, after a soggy start to the weekend, we are getting ready to go racing. We take it downstairs for today's opening ceremonies and pre-race festivities.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise and remove your hats as the Magna Vista High School Junior ROTC presents our nation's colors. Please welcome Miss Yancey's class from Kentuck Elementary School, winners of Read Your Way to the Race program, as they lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please remain standing as Michael Harrison of Raceway Ministries, Martinsville, offers today's invocation.
Let us pray. Father, we come before you today and we thank you for this beautiful weather you've given us, that the rain is gone. We ask that you would give the drivers and the crew safety today and give us a great day. Thank you for giving us your son, Jesus. As we think about Breast Cancer Awareness Month, Father, we pray for those that are battling and those that are supporting those who are battling cancer. Lord, thank you so much again for giving us this wonderful day. We choose to honor you with it. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
And here to perform our national anthem today, please welcome the Martinsville High School Jazz Band. Let's hear it for the Martinsville High School Jazz Band.
Big names in the field like Sadler, Harvick, and Hamlin. Johnny Sauter racing for the championship. We'll go green. The Kroger 200 on Speed next.
Welcome to Camping World. Camping World is #1 for a reason. We are more convenient, more affordable, and more fun. Don't take our word for it. Just ask any one of our happy RV campers. Over 8 million served and growing. We've got everything you'll ever need at Camping World.
We got everything you'll ever need at Camping World.
The Android-powered Casio Gs1 Commando. Shock-resistant, water-resistant, life-resistant.
When Kate collects her pink Yoplait lids, she's supporting breast cancer programs for her neighbors, tennis instructors, daughters, first-grade teacher, who's also her mom. Help fund breast cancer programs in your community. Redeem your lids today.
There's a lot of talk out there about who makes the most dependable truck. Well, talk is cheap. Here's a fact for you. The Toyota Tundra received J.D. Power & Associates' most dependable large pickup 6 years in a row. Now that's a statement no other truck can make. The full-size Tundra from Toyota.
Do you hear that? That's opportunity knocking, because Direct Buy is celebrating its 40th anniversary and wants to invite you to the celebration. So now, just by calling the number on your screen, you can get a taste of what has been exclusively available only to Direct Buy members for 30 days free. Over 700 top quality brands with no hidden retail markup. Over the course of our 40 years, Direct Buy members have saved millions on kitchen cabinets, bathroom fixtures, major appliances, flooring, lighting. Now you can too.
If you want nicer things, you can buy them at a price that you can afford.
So call the number on your screen and you can experience Direct Buy for yourself for 30 days for free. Time is running out on this special opportunity. So call right now to try Direct Buy for 30 days free. If you're ready to experience buying and saving the Direct Buy way and finally see for yourself what everybody is talking about, then call now.
A beautiful half-mile oval that offers the ultimate in action.
Through the long history of NASCAR, there has always been the short track. The path that led the sport from the back roads of the South to Main Street America.
This is one of those racetracks that everyone really thinks, if I could only win at Martinsville.
The short track is where close quarter racing can fuse quarter panels and break the bonds of teamwork and crush courtesy. The short track is a short ride from love tires and road rage.
You run some of the super speedways, you got to be so careful not to touch anybody. And you come to Martinsville, you still try to be careful not to touch them, but you're going to.
Welcome to Martinsville, a track with the longest history in NASCAR. That's the shortest track on the circuit. A track where the space between records and checkers is so very, very short.
The history-laden Martinsville Speedway is the final short track of the season for the Camping World Truck Series. Welcome to the Kroger 200 here on Speed from Southern Virginia. As the season winds down, our championship race tightens up. Ron Hornaday just 16 points back in fourth. He has won here before and looks to use that experience to close the gap even more between he and points leader Austin Dillon. Now, Dillon hasn't seemed to find the feel for Martinsville yet and may just be looking for a good points day to try to stay on top of that points battle. One Virginia native is looking for his first ever truck win. Denny Hamlin may find it right here on the paperclip today. The drivers ready to climb into their trucks and get the engines fired up. The vans are bundled up on this 49-degree temperature day. It is partly cloudy, the sun peeking through the clouds on occasion, but it is cool 30-mile-per-hour gusts here in the area. Drivers are strapped in. That means it's time to fire the engines. Let's go for the command.
Race fans, it's time for the most famous words in motorsports. Here to give the command, please welcome from Huntsville Elementary School, Miss Three-Wits class.
1, 2, 3. Drivers, start your engines!
Okay, Austin, go ahead and fire it up. I got you, got me. Bro.
The engines have come to life. Welcome once again to Martinsville Speedway. Rick Allen, Phil Parsons, Michael Waltrip with you once again. Now, Martinsville, a short track. Obviously, we've talked a lot about championship, but how about this race? Who has the best chance?
Well, we've got such a great competitive field here, but I'm telling you, I think the guy that's going to end up in victory lane today is the guy that's never won a truck race before. We've got several of those, right? But I think we could have a guy that's going to join Michael Waltrip and the other 21 guys that have won all 3 divisions. I think today is Denny Hamlin's day.
That's a pretty good bet, Phil. You didn't go out much out on the ledge there, did you? You've got to beat Kevin Harvick, though. He's so good here at Martinsville. So we're going to have a great battle. We couldn't even get through Sprint Cup practice today without people getting mad at each other. Biffle, Harvick. Harvick's already agitated. He didn't have a good practice this morning. Got into an argument with Biffle. We saw other guys, too. That's what you're going to see more of. Slipping and sliding and beating and banging, and I'm so glad we got a good spot to watch it all from.
Well, and you mentioned Kevin Harvick. How about Ron Hornaday and Johnny Sauter, both the most recent winners here at this racetrack? So they've got to get by quite a few if they want to get to victory lane. Starting grid rolls across the top of your screen. Matt Crafton grabbed his 6th career pole, so he and Hornaday will make up row number 1 as they come to the green flag. Let's take a look at our Camping World track description.
Probably one of the most difficult and challenging racetracks on the circuit to keep your fenders on the truck, to keep your brakes on it, not burn up a gear. You see the corners are banked 12 degrees. They look like they're flat, completely flat. The straightaways, Michael, only 800 feet long.
Yeah, and this is a very technical track, Phil. You're down on the brakes hard to get in the corner, but you need to get off the brakes and let your truck roll freely through the center. And then you got to get that gas pedal down to come off the corner hard. Technical track, I always thought my feet were too big to do good here. You know, I got big feet. I like to go fast on the big tracks, but here you better have some good timing with your feet and your hands.
It's just 200 laps. Let's take a look at our Just for Men Mustache and Beard race analysis.
See, it's the 26th race we've had here at Martinsville. We've had 6 first-time winners at this racetrack, the most of all racetracks. We've had 7 green, white checker finishes, and KHI has been dominant over the last 5 races.
And I think I understand that 6 first-time winners here because this is such a unique place. You come here, you like it, boom, you adapt right to it.
The racetrack is tight. Pit road is extremely tight as well. The truck's about to roll out onto the racetrack. Let's shine a light on a few different drivers in our speed spotlight. We'll start with Ray Dunlap.
Well, thank you, Rick. You know, Joe Dannett won the Virginia lottery, and he loved NASCAR so much, he said, I'm going to build a race team. Well, today he'll have 2 entries, and one of those, Elliott Sadler from just down the road in Emporia, Virginia. His wife, Amanda, is in Emporia right now, just about ready to give birth. Elliott said, I'd love to get a grandfather clock today and take that home and let it ring and ring in a brand new baby at the same time. Elliott Sadler said, listen, we're not points racing. We'll be like the Honey Badger today. We came to win and to win only. Hermie?
Well, Ray, Josh Richards is making his 8th start this year for Kyle Busch Motorsports. He had his best finish of 13th at Talladega last week, but that's not really the story for Josh Richards today. That is a special paint scheme you can see on the hood of this 51 car. They are honoring the Navy SEAL team and all those who served and fought in Afghanistan. A very admirable move on the part of Josh Richards and this team. We'd like to see him get the truck up front and honor those Navy SEALs. Phil?
I mean, let's take a look at 26-year-old Roxborough, North Carolina driver Matt Lofton. This is a home game for Matt. Roxborough is only 65 miles away. This is Coulter Motorsports' first effort in the Truck Series after competing in the ARCA Racing Series. Matt had a 6th-place run at Kansas with the team earlier this month, but the entire team is racing with heavy hearts as crew chief John Wolf's wife, Kim, lost her courageous battle with cancer. We're thinking about you, Wolfie.
Phil, if you research TJ Duke III on the internet machine, there's not a lot of information. But if you talk to this 18-year-old from South Florida, you learn a couple of things quickly. He's very quiet and he's very humble. He gives credit for his success in racing to his family. And he thanks NASCAR Sprint Cup driver David Reagan and his dad Ken for helping him get here today. With a lot of coaching from the Reagans, this is a local kid comes to the big league story. And I love that. TJ's got his work cut out for him today, though, guys. The quiet kid he missed driver's introduction, so he'll have to make his NASCAR Camping World Truck Series debut from the rear of the field, Phil. Isn't that something?
It is amazing.
We're going to ride along with a few different drivers, and it is an amazing ride here at Martinsville Speedway. We ride along with Ricky Carmichael. He's going to start 23rd on today's race.
We're also going to ride along with Elliott Sadler in the Virginia Lottery Chevrolet. Elliott had a pole with his team back at Bristol, making his second start here for Joe Donnett Motorsports, and Elliott will start from the 14th spot.
Let's ride along with Timothy Peters. He's got the Toyota onboard camera. Timmy's going to roll off from the 9th spot carrying this camera, so lots of action from this truck. See him working the switches there. They decide when they turn on their brake fans and coolers, part of what he was doing there.
Johnny Sauter's got the Funai camera on board with him, and he'll start in the 4th position. Again, Johnny Sauter has won here at Martinsville. What does it take? What are the ingredients to get to victory lane at Martinsville? Well, let's look at our Walmart recipe for success. We go to Ray Dunlap.
Well, great finishes, Rick, for sure, and I want to talk about the championship. Everyone's asked me, how do you handicap these 4 drivers in the final 3 races? Well, just like the stock market, past performance does not guarantee you success in the future, but if we look at their numbers, it really is in the favor of Ron Hornaday. He has won at each of the final 3 tracks, here at Martinsville, at Texas, and at Homestead. And you look at these other guys, it looks to me like the veterans may have a little bit of an upper hand on the rookies, but guess what? There's still 3 races to go. Hermie?
Well, Ray, Todd Bodine is a champion in this sport and has won a lot of big races, but if you look at his stats, all 21 of his career victories came on super speedways. Not one short track victory. Well, I talked to Todd and Mike Hillman Jr. this morning, and they have really changed their approach and setup to this race this weekend at Martinsville, Virginia. They say, yeah, we know we've never won at a short track, but we think today is the best chance we've had in a long time to get this fire truck to victory lane on a short track. We'll see if they can get it done. Rick?
Thanks, Herbie. So they're 2x2, 18 rows, 36 trucks about to take on Martinsville Speedway.
These are the last compress these guys are going to take. It's getting ready to get intense, and it's just because it's so forced together. Everybody's going to try to get in the same spot when they get to turn 1. Everybody wants to be on the bottom. The high side isn't the place to be, and they're going to start arguing over space as soon as they get down there.
And remember, a lot more rubber down on the racetrack after that cup practice just now. They qualified on a very green racetrack.
Matt Crafton on the inside, Hornaday on the outside, about to get underway with 200 laps from Martinsville Speedway. Green flag in the air, we're underway.
Nice gap there behind Crafton for Hornaday to pull over in if he decides to.
You know, he'd love to lead that first lap, get that first bonus point out of the way.
Wow, look at that move. He didn't settle for second. He didn't settle for rolling in behind Crafton. He decided to make that move and see if he could get the lead. Is he going to do it?
Side by side at the stripe, it was Crafton that will lead lap number 1, but only by 13 one-thousandths of a second. They're still door to door. Down the backstretch they go. Here goes Crafton out in front.
Crafton crowded Hornaday up. I wonder if Ron says, you're going to run me up the hill, I'll have to run into the back of you.
It was a good battle. Remember, they have to keep those left side tires off the curb. If they hit the curb, that bounces them into the outside truck.
Keep your eye on that 2 of Kevin Harvick right behind him. Second in the points, James Busher in that 31.
Right behind James Busher, Todd Bodine in that 5 truck. I tell you, a little bit of a bounce in Todd Bodine's step here this weekend. He really thinks he can get it done, get that first win here on a short track.
He's been second here before. We know he knows what he's doing on this little track, and they had a great test this week down in North Carolina preparing this truck for this race. Went down to Little Rock, just outside the big track in Rockingham, North Carolina. Felt like they learned a lot, like we've heard already, and just looking forward to seeing how it's going to turn out.
And we'll be going to that Rockingham next year with the Camping World Truck Series, but the big track.
We saw Elliott Sadler diving around the racetrack trying to find a line as he was going into turn number 1. He's in that 24 today, trying to make up room, get up toward the front.
Nice move there by Austin Dillon. Got around Justin Lofton, picked up a spot. So it looks like that 3 truck had a struggle yesterday in practice, but looks like they got her tuned up for today.
Miguel Paludo on the inside of a 2-truck battle now as they go down the backstretch.
It's on the inside of Joey Coulter, the 22 truck. There's Elliott Sadler with his nose right behind Miguel Paludo.
He won't allow that 22 of Coulter to come down. He's trying to get to the inside, keep the preferred line on the 24.
It's not that you can't make that outside work, but it's certainly a lot easier on the inside.
Remember the race that Kevin Harvick had here in the spring? We ruled him out. Wasn't no way he was going to come back.
2 laps down.
2 laps down to do anything. He almost came out and won the darn race, finished in the top 5.
How about that little bunny hop there by Todd Bodine to get by James Busher, who's been so good this year.
So Todd Bodine moving up in front of James Busher. That takes him up into the 6th position now. Crafton, Hornaday, Sauter, Hamlin, and Harvick, your top 5. Bodine, Busher, Peters, Dillon, and Lofton, the top 10.
Did you see that decision Busher had to make when he got down to turn 1? He knew Timothy Peters was over there, and he could have decided that he was going to try to keep that spot and cut Peters off. But he also could have gotten spun out. That was a point guy saying, you know, better lose this battle and keep my eyes on the award instead of just focusing on this one little battle.
And he's had so few poor finishes by making good decisions like that.
Keeping his eye on the big picture. Hornaday still on the back bumper of that 88 of Matt Crafton. Crafton, after the drop of the green flag, has been out in front all 9 laps on lap number 10 here at Martinsville. It's short track racing once again for the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series.
It's time to make some dreams come true.
Soon you can enter to win the Speed Dream Ride, a once-in-a-lifetime experience at California's Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca. 5 action-filled days, full of rides like these, drivers like these, and thrills only speed can deliver. The Speed Dream Ride starts Thanksgiving. Get a sneak peek at speeddreamride.com.
I'm ready. Are you?
You want to win a Focus?
It gets up to 40 miles per gallon on the highway.
So you know what that means?
Less pit stops.
40 of them are on the line. For a chance to win one,
All you have to do is get online. We got to do all the driving. Sign up and watch us race.
if Ford Racing takes home 3 championships,
40 of you take home a Ford Focus.
it's that easy.
We're winning so you can win.
So what are you waiting for?
We're CenturyLink, a new kind of broadband company committed to improving lives with honest personal service, 5-year price lock guarantees, and consistently fast speeds.
When it's your meal ticket, when it's your statement, protect it with Prestone. Engineering lasting relationships between cars and owners since 1927. When you own it, Prestone it.
For 125 years, Sunoco's been fueling victories on and off the track. Why? Because winning is the greatest feeling in the world.
Televised in 175 countries. Broadcast in 24 languages. The NASCAR Sprint Cup Series Championship ends in Miami, and you can be there. Get fired up. The world is watching. Sunday, November 20th at Homestead Miami Speedway. The NASCAR Sprint Cup Series Championship Ford 400. Tickets start at $55, and they're going fast. Call 866-409-RACE or homesteadmiamispeedway.com.
The NASCAR Camping World Truck Series on Speed is brought to you by Camping World and the Good Sam RV Club. Everything for the RV lifestyle, including RVs, accessories, warranties, insurance, roadside assistance, and more. By the 100% reinvented Ford Explorer Drive 1. By Just for Men for mustache and beard. Keep your edge. And in high definition by Funai. Funai, fun and innovative. Experience more at FunaiAmerica.com.
You know, it's amazing how much has gone on since we went away.
I know it. There's your new leader.
Johnny Sauter's out in front of the field. This is how it happened.
Well, he was actually running third, wasn't he? When we went to break, there he is right there. You see Crafton just a little bit slow above the corner, allows Hornaday to get to his inside.
Yeah, but this truck of Crafton, it's interesting. He had a big lead, and in a lap it was gone. Hornaday gets around him, Sauter gets around Crafton, and then he goes up there and knocks Hornaday out of the way.
There's Denny Hamlin also on the 18. He's going to have to wait a few moments.
And when you say knocks him out of the way, you're being very literal, because he does use the chrome bumper here.
Right when we get down here to the other end of the racetrack, down here in 1 and 2, watch this now. Johnny's on the inside, just a little bit of a nudge to the left rear quarter. And around he goes.
Boy, that's finesse there. That was just a nice way to say, excuse me, I'll be coming through. I don't even think he probably made Ron mad because it was such a gentle nudge, and it's so early in the race. Ron said, okay, go ahead. And that 33 truck has fallen. He's not able to keep up the pace with these front guys right now.
Neither is the 88. Matt Crafton continues to drop back, right?
No forward bite coming up off the corner for Crafton, and he said when he's in the center, it's wicked tight. So Bud Haefele suggesting a track bar change on the first round of pit stops. Too tight in the corner for Crafton.
Yeah, and a lot of times when it's too tight in the corner, you'll have too much wheel input into it, and when you try to get on the throttle, come off the corner, then the thing will squish out loose on you.
So that truck was fast for a lap earlier, set a new track record here at Martinsville, but it's not hanging in there for the long run. See, Todd Bodine has gotten around Crafton, and you can see there's Ron Hornaday that came off turn 4 plumb sideways, and Todd Bodine's bearing down on him as well.
James Busher, another one of our championship contenders, currently running in the 12th spot. We want to welcome back to the broadcast Chris Devoto. What's happening with that team?
Yeah, only 3 points behind coming into this race. He started 5th, dropping back to 12th. They haven't said anything on the radio about a problem. In fact, at the start of the race, he reminded the crew, I don't want to overdrive it at the start. I have to be defensive and patient. Herbie?
Well, Krista, the guys in the booth were talking about Ron Hornaday falling back a little bit, and they are right. It's a forward bite issue, but his problem starts in the center of the corner. Too loose on the 33. They're looking for a track bar adjustment when they pit.
And there was a little contact that was made between the 33 and 5. Take a look.
See, Todd has a little bit of a run here. Ron, who had 2 trucks running side by side in front of him, he was on the outside, elected to go to the inside just as Todd had a little bit of momentum. They made a little bit of contact there.
You know, the first one was just a tap, and Ron said, that's okay, but if it keeps going on and on and on, eventually he's going to get mad. Check out the traffic. Johnny Sauter finds himself all up in the middle of.
Yeah, heavy traffic here for Johnny Sauter. Has to be very, very careful. Don't want to beat the fenders off this truck here in traffic.
Johnny Sauter has a good opportunity to potentially lead the most laps. Now he's out front. He's led 15 of our 27 laps. Out front also early in this one. Crafton for the first 11 laps, and Hornaday has led a lap, so there's another championship point for Hornaday as well as Johnny Sauter.
Yeah, 2 of our top 4 right now have already got one thing accomplished. That's getting that 1 bonus point for leading a lap.
We talked about how this racetrack is so pivotal in a championship. With just 3 races to go, short track racing at its finest.
We talked about Denny Hamlin and Kevin Harvick. Well, they're putting a lot of pressure on Johnny Sauter, but he's in some heavy traffic. I think that Sauter truck's solid. Look at Harvick to the bottom to take that spot away from Hamlin in traffic.
Preferred line, the bottom of the racetrack, right up against the pink curb here at Martinsville, and Harvick has that preferred line now as he tries to get by Denny Hamlin.
But is the bottom of the racetrack going to be open when they get to these lap trucks here? Yep. Johnny's hung in behind Jeff Agnew now in the 70 truck.
And Agnew's going to make a move on Paluto, which is going to block things up even more so. So tells you how tough competition is. They caught Jeff Agnew in about 25 laps, and then all of a sudden, I'm going to ride behind Jeff Agnew for what looks like a long time.
Currently 28 on the lead lap. Agnew running in that 28th spot. Only 1 truck off of the racetrack. That's Mike Garvey.
That's a good illustration of how difficult it is to pass here. Obviously, Johnny Sauter with a pass-fast truck. Jeff Agnew now, as you mentioned, Michael, we're 30 laps into this race on the verge of going a lap down, and it's very, very difficult for Johnny to put him a lap down.
You know, and I'm seeing a lot more trucks sideways off the corner field than we're used to seeing here at Martinsville. Generally, as you run 25, 30, 40, even 50, 60 laps, tires get better and better and better. Looks like maybe they'll go away a little sooner this race.
Still side-by-side battles for position all over the racetrack. Sauter out in front here at Martinsville.
Welcome to Camping World. Camping World is #1 for a reason. We are more convenient, more affordable, and more fun. Don't take our word for it. Just ask any one of our happy RV campers. Over 8 million served and growing. We've got everything you'll ever need at Camping World.
We got everything you'll ever need at Camping World.
Okay, you know you're going to need new tires. It's inevitable, right? So why not get them from TireRack.com? With TireRack's online research tools, you'll know you're getting exactly the right tires for you, your car, and the way you drive it, all at a great price. Don't just change your tires, change the way you buy tires. The biggest selection of tires. One more way TireRack is revolutionizing the way you buy tires. TireRack.com. Research, buy, deliver, install.
Hey, it says just take one. I can't read.
Walmart has low prices every day for Halloween. From bags of candy to bigger bags of candy. Backed by our ad match guarantee. Save money, live better. Walmart.
Is your computer running slowly? Does it take more than 3 seconds for your email to load? Are you frustrated with error messages, blue screens, computer freezes, and crashes? These are not only annoying, but can cause permanent damage to your computer. If you're experiencing any of these symptoms, your computer and your privacy may be at risk, because these are usually the telltale signs of a virus, and it can only get worse until you act. Get a free diagnosis at mycleanpc.com.
My Clean PC is outstanding, and my computer is running faster than ever.
My Clean PC came through with flying colors when no one else could.
My Clean PC totally cleaned up my system and increased my speed.
MyCleanPC.com can remove spyware, viruses, and infected emails, all speeding up your PC's performance. It offers all-in-one protection, and it's been downloaded by millions of users. Even if you have antivirus software, your computer could still be infected. Find out instantly with a free comprehensive diagnosis at mycleanpc.com.
Well, tomorrow NASCAR race day revs up in Martinsville. We'll look back at how Talladega shook up the chase, and Richard Childress discusses his 100th career victory. NASCAR race day built by the Home Depot from Martinsville tomorrow, 11 Eastern, live on Speed. And yes, we are under our first caution here at Martinsville. It was the 4 of Ricky Carmichael getting into the wall. He said on the radio, no brakes. Let's go down to Hermie.
Yeah, the 2 truck of Kevin Harvick coming to pit road, and as we've heard from a lot of different trucks today so far, loose for the 2 of Kevin Harvick. They're going to take 4 tires, Sunoco fuel, and add some wedge to the Kevin Harvick truck.
Down on my end, we expect Matt Crafton to come around the corner. Remember, by qualifying on the pole, it gave him pit stall number 1. Takes a while to get here, but you should be in real good shape getting back out. You see the track bar wedge, going to be a track bar change in the back. He was very, very tight, so they'll go down on that track bar. Excuse me, up on the track bar, and also they're going to make an air pressure adjustment for Crafton. He said no way can he get through the center of the corner. That's where he was getting beat.
Our leader, Johnny Sauter, stayed on the racetrack, Rick.
Johnny Sauter decided not to come to pit road under this first caution.
I saw some 2-tire stops as well, so a little bit of everything on pit road.
Pit road strategy as well as guys not coming to pit road. The reason why we're under our first caution, the 4 of Ricky Carmichael complaining no brakes, got into the wall hard, destroyed the right side of that truck.
Before you do this, you gotta do this. Duplicolor Bed Armor. It's the do-it-yourself truck bed liner. Bed Armor is gonna protect your truck from what you throw in it. And it's the one made with Kevlar, so you know it's strong. Bed Armor won't chip, flake, or fade. It's the toughest truck bed coating on the market, period. So go ahead. Duplicolor Bed Armor with Kevlar will help protect it. Now available in aerosol. Go to bedarmor.com to find the retailer nearest you.
Fly the blimp, too much hot air. Race announcer, same thing there. Wouldn't get a word in with you know who. Just get down on the track and do what you do. Slide down in my seat, pull the belts tight. Get up on the wheel and let the dust fly. Napa know how. Napa know how.
The Android-powered Casio G's1 Commando. Shock resistant, water resistant, life resistant.
Mischievous rain threatened Finn and his pup. Tires couldn't grip. The car wouldn't stop. Then came the Michelin Man, reminding them the right tire changes everything. Stop up to 29 feet shorter than a leading competitor with a Michelin tire. Michelin, a better way forward.
Green flag just coming out here at Martinsville. It looks as though someone had some problems getting through 1 and 2 as they head into 3 and 4 now on lap 43 of this 200-lap race.
Johnny Sauter wants to make hay while he can there. He's on old tires, all just about everyone else behind him that he was racing with now on fresher tires.
Johnny Sauter has about a 4-truck length gap between he and Ron Hornaday out in front of the field. Ryan Sieg, Todd Bodine, Kevin Harvick, Denny Hamlin, Cole Witt, Matt Crafton, and Austin Dillon up in the top 10.
See Harvick diving to the bottom of the racetrack, trying to make a move on Ryan Sieg there. He's going to take that spot away.
Yeah, Harvick won the battle off pit road of the trucks that came down pit road. 3 wide here for a moment. Nelson Piquet Jr. on the inside. Does Max Gresham know they're 3 wide?
He did a minute ago. I watched him go through there 3 wide a minute ago, and they did that. I was amazed. They actually made it, and they didn't run into each other.
3 wide once again through 3 and 4. You don't see that very often at Martinsville. Still Josh Richards on the outside, as well as Max Gresham in that 66, also on the outside. Not the preferred line. Now Hornaday's caught the back of the 13 of Johnny Sauter. That's a battle for the lead.
You know, you see Hornaday racing on the back of Johnny Sauter here. Last week at Talladega, we made so much of the plan that Kevin Harvick and that team came to Talladega with. We're going to put Mike Wallace right in front of you, Ron, and you run all day long like that. Check out the teamwork that happened right here at Martinsville today. When we go to the restart, you can see Kevin Harvick. He leaves a big gap there in front of him. Ron Hornaday to the bottom. Kevin Harvick put Ron Hornaday on the bottom of the racetrack. As you see Max Gresham sliding up to the high side. And look, that parlayed Ron into being able to grab this lead back. That's just smart thinking.
Hornaday takes the top spot away from Johnny Sauter now. So Hornaday out in front. Coming in, Hornaday was 4th in the point standings. Right now, as they're running on the track, he's 3rd, just 2 points behind Austin Dillon. Cole Witt sideways through 4.
Nice save and a great job by Justin Lofton in that 6 truck to avoid Cole Witt.
Just 8 points separate our top 4.
Looked like Cole Witt crowded the 8 of Nelson Piquet Jr. a little bit down there at 1 and 2.
Couldn't save it that time, Bill.
Round he goes. That brings out the second caution. Doesn't look like any other contact was made after Cole Witt got around.
A little bit of damage. No tires are down yet. It doesn't look like.
Here's your leaders. Got some issues. Cole wasn't able to get the thing turned around. You get going on that curb sometimes too, and you can't go.
Here's a tough couple laps for Cole Witt.
Dude, it's all the same lap. There's Jason White, the gunbroker truck on the inside. Looks like he may have made a little contact with the curb. And look how he turned him sideways and then actually straightened him out. But the problems didn't end for Cole Witt here at this end of the racetrack. He goes down here to the other end. Let's keep following him here. There he is right there. May have been the same situation where the 8 truck of Nelson Piquet Jr. may have bounced off. I thought it looked like Cole crowded him, but Nelson Piquet Jr. may have bounced off the curb.
You know, I'm wondering if Cole might have broke reverse in his transmission. You know, they're not as beefy as the other gears, and he's stuck right there. Maybe when he, in his haste to try to get going, jammed it in reverse and tried to dump the clutch, and it might have broken.
I think I know now why tempers flare when you come to short track racing. 2 times Cole Witt is hit, turns, and now brings out caution number 2.
Sunday, NASCAR race day revs up in Martinsville. We'll look back at how Talladega shook up the chase. And Richard Childress discusses his 100th career win. NASCAR race day built by the Home Depot, Sunday at 11 Eastern, live on Speed.
It's just 30 minutes from my garage. 10 miles from the shop.
It's right down the road from where we train.
We're in the heart of NASCAR country. We're in the hub. NASCAR Race Hub Monday through Thursday nights at 6 Eastern. Only on Speed, the Motorsports Authority.
You want to win a Focus?
It gets up to 40 miles per gallon on the highway.
So you know what that means?
It's less pit stops.
40 of them are on the line. For a chance to win one,
all you have to do is get online. We got to do all the driving. Sign up and watch us race.
If Ford Racing takes home 3 championships,
40 of you take home a Ford Focus.
It's that easy.
We're winning so you can win.
So what are you waiting for?
Check out all the great deals on great gear at Bass Pro Shops, like Bass Pro flannel shirts, 2 for only $20. And save $70 on the Cuddy-Back Capture IR digital camera. Plus, bring the kids to our Great Pumpkin Halloween event this weekend.
Hey, Randy, with gray on your lip, your curve appeal zip. Just for men. Penetrates tough gray in 5 easy minutes. The big unit's chillin'. This landscape is thrilling. Keep your edge.
Men lose testosterone every year. Do something about it with M-Drive.
I created M-Drive because I felt personally that I needed something extra. I noticed as I was getting older that I just didn't have the strength and stamina I had when I was younger. Men notice an energy increase. They have more strength, more stamina, more sex drive. Men will feel like their biological clock just got turned back.
M-Drive lets men be men again. Visit M-Drive for...
And I do have faith. Devotion. Pass it on.
Tomorrow, immediately following the Cup race from Martinsville, turn to speed for NASCAR Victory Lane. Get expanded post-race coverage you can't get anywhere else. Watch NASCAR Victory Lane, fueled by Sunoco at its new time. That's immediately following the Cup race right here on Speed. Still under our second caution from Martinsville. Cole Witt got turned around, had troubles getting back to pit road. We'll be right back with more racing from Martinsville.
NASCAR said, "Have at it, boys," and the drivers sure took that to heart. It's all about no limits in Texas. Hell, we've seen Gordon and Burton scrapping on the backstretch, and Kyle Busch lost his damn mind. These are my kind of guys. Great front stretch seats still remain for the AAA Texas 500. See me, Trace Atkins, in the Axe Salute to the Military pre-race concert. Go to TexasMotorspeedway.com for tickets. NASCAR, it's in my blood.
Race on Monday night, 6 Eastern, only on Speed.
I like the move to 6 o'clock.
It's a perfect move, perfect time to get caught up on everything NASCAR. Miguel Paludo, speaking of getting caught up, he gets a lap back from Aaron's. He gets the Aaron's lucky dog.
Prior to him, Parker Kligerman also got a lease back on his life today. He's able to get a lap back courtesy of Aaron. So.
Ready?
2x2, Hornaday and Sauter side by side. Green flag back in the air.
Good even start. See, Timothy Peters dives down in front of the 88 of Crafton to get to the inside of Denny Hamlin.
They stay door to door as they go down the backstretch. Sauter has that outside line. Hornaday, the preferred inside line. Right behind Hornaday is the two of Kevin Harvick. Now they battle for second. Harvick and Sauter side by side going into turn number 1.
Timothy Peters, Denny Hamlin still side by side right in front of that side by side battle for third. Now Timothy Peters has it.
So the battle for second continues. Hornaday on the inside. He'll take the position away from Johnny Sauter.
And here comes Timothy Peters looking to the inside of Sauter now. So see how important the bottom of the racetrack is. Johnny's lost spot after spot by being hung up top. Now Denny Hamlin's going to try to go in there.
And it's going to be close to being 3 wide. There's the 97. currently of Matt Lofton on the outside, hung out on the outside.
Heads up move by Denny Hamlin. That avoided an incident right there.
That was nice, Denny, right there. He decided that Johnny Sauter racing for points. There just wasn't anything much to gain by jabbing his nose on in there, and he backed out of that hole.
Yeah, and that's 60 laps into a 200-lap race, too. So Denny Hamlin knows how to get to the end of these races. He's won 3 of the last 4 500-lap races here in the Cup Series.
Let's get caught up as you see the points battle. Again, our top 4 in points separated by just 6. Let's find out what happened on pit road earlier in this race. We go down to Hermie.
I just want to show you guys, this is the left rear tire that came off the 2 truck of Kevin Harvick. We talked about some of the drivers that got 2 right side tires. Some of those guys came back and got less because you can see the graining of this tire on the left side after only 39 laps. Every crew chief just about on pit road has been by here, as well as a lot of Sprint Cup Series crew chiefs looking at this tire wear early on here at Martinsville. Krista?
Well, Johnny Sauter stayed out. The decision was that of crew chief Joe Shear, and ever since then, the two, driver Sauter, crew chief Shear, have been arguing like an old married couple. Neither one is really angry with the other. They just both think they're right. Johnny thought they should have come in. Ray?
Krista, down on my end, looking at Matt Crafton's tires, very similar to what Hermie was showing. And I asked crew chief Bud Haefele, how late would you be willing to come in today? He said, we'll come in with 35 or 40 laps to go to get tires. They make that much difference.
And again, a different tire compound, a little bit softer than what they've been here before.
We've heard a lot of talk about that, and like I said earlier, Phil, and we confirmed on pit road, these trucks just look looser than we've ever seen them before. After 20, 30 laps, they're just sliding around sideways. What about this blob?
Wow, we've seen Cole Winn on the inside of Nelson Piquet Jr. And that graining that Hermie was showing us and Ray was talking about, that's because of that tire sliding across the racetrack. There's a battle for position right there. Austin Dillon gets by the 5 of Todd Bodine for a spot.
8th position is what Dillon just took away from Todd Bodine, and Bodine looks like he might lose 9th now to Joey Coulter, who moves to the inside in that number 22 and takes the spot.
Yeah, I like the way this 3 truck's looking. He struggled yesterday, Rick. We talked about that team having to make some predictions with their setup, maybe even a little bit of guesswork, leaning on some teammates. Looks like they did a pretty good job. We've seen that before out of that group.
So Hornaday out in front. He's got about a half a second lead over Kevin Harvick here at the short track. Then it's Timothy Peters. Timothy Peters just falls back to the 5th spot. Denny Hamlin up to 3rd. Crafton to 4th. Peters to 5th. Sauter, Sadler, Austin Dillon, Coulter, and Bodine your top 10.
Yeah, Timothy's getting ready to lose that spot to Johnny Sauter right here. Timothy was really, really good after the restart, but he seems to be losing a few spots there. There's Johnny going behind him. And here goes Elliott Sadler now up into the top 10.
We heard Elliott Sadler talking about he isn't here for any points. He's just here to have some fun. Trying to take a grandfather clock back to Emporia so that if his baby comes today, he'll always have a grandfather clock to remember by.
They don't know what time.
Yeah.
A great trophy to take away from Martinsville Speedway, the grandfather clock. How about the grandfather out in front of this field? Ron Hornaday leading at Martinsville.
For 125 years, Sunoco's been fueling victories on and off the track. Why? Because winning is the greatest feeling in the world.
Nobody. 40 years ago, we invented a whole new kind of ATV. Machines built to work the farm and the trails. And now we're offering deals that are just as reliable as our ATVs, like fixed APR financing as low as 1.99%, up to $500 in bonus bucks, $200 in factory-to-dealer incentives, and 4Trax models starting at just $3,899. Get a quote today at powersports.honda.com.
I'm just a regular girl.
After a long day, Michelle just likes to relax at home. Take it easy. Her favorite club helps her do that. Direct Buy Club. Michelle saves money at Direct Buy because with no hidden retail markup, Direct Buy members like Michelle always pay a low price on cool stuff for their home. Things like major appliances, furniture, lighting, flooring. Michelle likes a club that saves her money. And right now, you could win a Sports Illustrated Ultimate Game Room like this one.
Some clubs just feel right.
Take your best shot and log on now to si.com/game room for your chance to win the Sports Illustrated Ultimate Game Room.
Denny Hamlin just takes the top spot away from Ron Hornaday in the Kroger 200. 77 laps complete on lap 78. It's the 18 of Denny Hamlin out in front of the field.
When we went away to commercial break, he was running third behind Kevin Harvick. Right after we went away to break, he took over the second spot, and here he goes going by Ron Hornaday for the lead here at Martinsville.
He's having a good time, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
He sounds like the truck is making him feel a little bit better than, well, maybe he is, but you never know. I think Denny Hamlin's a very good race car driver, especially when you talk about Martinsville.
I would call him great at Martinsville. I would call him pretty great everywhere.
Pretty much everywhere.
Yeah. Battling for a championship a year ago.
8 races last year.
Yep.
Looked like he had 4 time at the time on the ropes.
Looks like Johanna Long in the 20 into the wall has problems in the front end, the right front wobbling as well as the left front.
She's going to be able to make it to pit road.
What the heck is broken on that truck? It looks like the left front.
Hey, side, right front, guys.
Looks like the left front tie
More
rod.
than just the right front. Yeah, I think the tie rod's broke on there as well.
Tie rod or maybe a wheel or something like that.
Maybe a sway bar, Rick?
No, that was earlier in qualifying. And I believe it was helium. Elliott Sadler in the 24 in front of that 13 of Johnny Sauter, and Sauter not happy with the decision of staying on the racetrack as opposed to coming onto pit road.
Every time you say helium, it makes me miss TJ Bell.
Don't know why. Austin Dillon on the back bumper of that 13 of Johnny Sauter. Again, our points battle spectacular. 11 points separating the top 4. Austin Dillon still has the lead as they're running.
Yeah, Austin's got a strong truck. We talked about the decision Joe Shear Jr. and that group made to leave Johnny on the track, and he is not happy with those guys. We've been listening to him on the radio, and he's holding his own, though, Phil. We get a caution here before long. Maybe he comes to pit road, and we'll see what strategy the leaders use. What are we going to do? How many times are these guys going to pit? They got to pit again for sure.
Absolutely, but I don't think they want to go 110 or 15 laps on their last set of tires, so Johnny Sauter is obviously going to come in our next chance with a caution flag, but I'm not sure that the other lead trucks are going to.
You know, this could play right into Sauter's hands. That caution comes out about now. He gets tires and still has a set, and the other guys decide to pit. Heck, that could be a big advantage later. We're seeing a different game today. The trucks are handling differently on this tire than they have here in the recent past, so could mix things up a little bit.
Johanna Long still with problems in the 20 as she will bring that truck back onto pit road. Out in front, though, it's Denny Hamlin behind the wheel.
We got a spinner, Rick.
The 18 as we've got problems in turn number 4. The 97 of Matt Lofton around right in front of the 13 of Johnny Sauter.
I think Johnny got out of there with a very minor bit of damage, but
we're going to pit this time.
Yeah, you heard him on the radio.
I'm sure Johnny's all in for that.
Time.
Probably a good thing we didn't hear Johnny's reply.
So the field will line back up behind the pace truck. Randy Kyers will bring that out onto the racetrack. He'll catch the race leader, which is Denny Hamlin.
See Matt Lofton with a left front tire down in this strutmasters.com Toyota.
This is what happened in 3 and 4.
Brendan Gaughan gets into the back of Lofton, spins him around. Look, Johnny Sauter just didn't have room to go to the left. He was trying to go left. Brakes were locked up, but Austin was pushing him, so he couldn't go that way. Big break for Austin Dillon to get through it unscathed. No damage. This is no damage for Sauter, but he just lost some track position there. I want to go left, but I'm getting a push and I can't.
So it's caution number 3 at Martinsville. 86 laps in the books. Stay with us.
Tonight on Speed, see the most prestigious event in dirt car racing as the ground-pounding big block modifieds beat and bang their way through the Moody Mile. Don't miss the action from Syracuse tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern on Speed.
Sunday, the sights and sounds of F1 will rock New Delhi.
Just incredible.
Don't miss the inaugural Grand Prix of India, Sunday, 5 a.m. Eastern, only on Speed.
Okay, it's the final days of the Built Ford Tough sales event. And in this corner, America's most fuel-efficient pickups. Featuring Super Duty with best-in-class payload, towing, and MPGs. Make way for the undisputed 34-year heavyweight champ Ford F-Series, delivering a knockout combination the contenders can't match. Get 0% financing for 60 months on Super Duty plus another $1,000 toward your trade-in. Hey, the Built Ford Tough event ends soon.
Amazing. Inspiring. Breathtaking. Every chase, every race. This is Magnavox. See what you've been missing. Magnavox, engineered in Japan by Funai.
A little to the left.
That's amazing.
You know what else is amazing? How easy it is to save money on RV, camper, and trailer insurance with Geico. Geico, saving people money on more than just car insurance.
So you think you can hang with us? Then you'll have to endure some bumper-to-bumper traffic. Deal with some tough customers getting up in your grill. And get into a few scrapes. And to those who don't expect us to go all out on every lap, we've got one word for you. Tough.
Speed's coverage of the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series on Speed is brought to you by Staybill, Fuel Stabilizer. Start with Staybill. In high definition by Funai. Funai, fun and innovative. Experience more at FunaiAmerica.com. And by the YTI Career Institute, hands-on training at the Motorcycle Technology Center. Third caution has come out here at Martinsville. We'll get you caught up on what's taking place on pit road. We will start with Ray.
Thank you, Rick. Timothy Peters just came in for the second time. They put on 4 tires on lap 87 and hung a spring rubber in the left rear. Peters saying his truck was way too loose to roll through the corner, but here's the deal. They may be done pitting. They can make the distance on fuel. Krista?
James Busher back on pit road. The team just putting on right side tires. The reason they were only able to take lefts the last time because they had a much bigger issue, an alternator issue. They said we've got to make it to the end. They had to adjust and do some battery looking there, and so the alternator issues on the 31. Hermie?
Well, Krista, the 18 of Denny Hamlin stayed on the racetrack. They did not come to pit road. Denny said he really likes the truck he's got. Obviously, one thing they need to do better is he needs a little bit more forward bite. So what they're planning to do when they come to pit road, take a little bit of air out of both rear tires, so try not to get it hurt rolling through the center. But so far, so good for Denny Hamlin.
Denny Hamlin has looked very good in that 18, normally driven by Kyle Busch of Kyle Busch Motorsports. He actually made a comment on the radio just moments ago of what this truck is making him feel like.
And this truck will make me feel like Kyle Busch.
That's a good feeling, I bet. That's when he had driven to about a second lead after taking that lead.
I would say that that's pretty big praise for the owner of that truck. Kyle Busch has had a lot of success, obviously, in the Truck Series. The field 2x2 once again coming out of turn 4. Hamlin and Hornaday, green flag back in the air.
Watch Kevin Harvick let Ron Hornaday have room to get in if he wants it. See him backing off a little bit, so Ron Hornaday has room to get in. Kevin Harvick is the ultimate team player here for KHI.
It helps that he owns that truck.
I was going to say it's because he owns it.
But he is a team player. because he's playing.
Oh, look at the action back there. Johnny Sauter all up in the middle of it. Saw Austin Dillon that's the 17 of Timothy Peters, and Joey Coulter is in the middle of that mess.
Completely sideways coming off turn number 4.
Jason White also involved in that in the 23. Now you see Max Pappas and Todd Bodine side by side on the racetrack. They were side by side on pit road and actually traded a little paint coming off of pit road. Not too happy, those teammates, the 9 and the 5.
They weren't acting much like teammates at that point.
That didn't make a whole lot of sense what they were doing. The pit road's not very wide, but it was wide enough for them both to get down pit road. Watch this.
Todd's going to leave his pit right here. He's going to pull out right beside Max.
And then Max seems to push down.
Max is crowding him a little bit. Remember, there are trucks on the inside of Todd pitting. And watch this now. Todd wasn't very happy with his teammate right there.
That's Max brake checking Todd there, saying, hit me again, I don't care. So I don't know how that could have gone on. Plenty of room on pit road. I guess Max trying to keep that spot away from Todd, and it's costing Todd. Todd's got stuck on the high side and can't seem to work his way back down.
David Starr on the inside slides up the racetrack just a bit. Has that 21 of Cale Gale on his outside. Haven't talked a lot about Cale Gale making his final start for KHI here in the Camping World Truck Series. Timothy Peters right behind the 13 of Johnny Sauter.
Johnny's going to be able to get underneath the 21 of Cale Gale to take over that spot. Johnny is back up into the top 10. That moves him up to the 8th spot with fresher tires than every other truck in front of him.
David Starr, Johnny Sauter. Right nose to tail. Sauter peaks to the inside of that 81.
As vulnerable as Johnny Sauter felt on those used tires a little bit ago, Phil, he feels like Superman now. Watch these moves he's making, diving down in the corner. Very fast truck right now as he's just mowing up through these guys.
Sauter currently running in the 8th spot, just behind that 81 of David Starr. Closing in on the halfway point. Again, a very quick race here at Martinsville in the fall. Just 200 laps. We've completed 99. We're on lap 100.
Heavy traffic right here. There's Max. That's Josh Richards at 51. Max is in the 9. There's Max Gresham. Max has figured this out. He's got a good running truck right now. He's being shown down a lap or so. Actually, he's not down a lap. He is on the lead lap right now, running in the 13th spot.
Jason White finished top 5 here a year ago and struggling today so far.
There's the halfway sign. We have passed the halfway point. And again, a lot of drivers still holding their breath. The 100 laps of racing to go from Martinsville.
Yeah, and these trucks are getting to work out here. You know, we're putting them through about as big of a challenge as we are anywhere on the circuit. All kinds of brakes, hard on the gas. That means a lot of travel in the suspension, a lot of movement in all the parts that make these things do what they do. So don't take anything for granted.
I mean, I put the variance in the engine down to probably, what, 4,500 RPMs in the center of the corner, all the way up to probably upwards of 8,500 RPMs at the end of the straightaway.
Out in front of the field, it's still Denny Hamlin. Hamlin has led 26 laps. Johnny Sauter's led the most laps today at 34. Hornaday with 30 laps led. But Hamlin, Hornaday, Harvick, Crafton, and Dillon, your top 5. Short track racing for the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series. Martinsville, another racetrack where this series was born on.
Hey, it says just take one. I can't read.
Walmart has low prices every day for Halloween. From bags of candy to bigger bags of candy. Backed by our ad match guarantee. Save money, live better. Walmart.
From the moment we arrive, we don't want anything to slow us down. So it's surprising that most women aren't getting enough calcium. With over 25 flavors, YoPlay Original gives you 50% of the daily value of calcium in every cup.
TireRack.com is more than just an online tire resource. We're your one-stop online tire know-how, know-who, and know-what. With TireRack's online research tools, you'll know you're getting exactly the right tires for you, your car, and the way you drive it. Speaking of that, know what else? Our prices are practically unbeatable. And that's all you need to know. Buy your next tires at Tire Rack and experience how we're revolutionizing the way you buy tires. TireRack.com. Research, buy, deliver, install.
When it's your meal ticket, when it's your statement, protect it with Prestone. Engineering lasting relationships between cars and owners since 1927. When you own it, Prestone it.
From groundbreaking motocross technology to a leader in ATV innovation to #1 in MotoGP and #1 in sport ATVs, Yamaha is the first name in motorsports. Be the first to save big during the Yamaha Time to Ride sales event.
With an eye to the future, America's farmers bring us a renewable energy solution that will strengthen American business, as well as our nation's energy independence. American ethanol, from America's cornfields to America's racetracks. It's a brand new race day.
Welcome back to Martinsville Speedway. Once again under caution. This time it was the 66 of Max Gresham that had problems working his way around the half mile. Take a look.
See heavy traffic. There's Josh Richards and Max battling for position. They get down to turn number 1.
He just got in there too hot. He didn't like the way he got cut off. He's being a little aggressive, and his back brakes, it looked like maybe locked up Phil, and around he went.
Looked like he may have thought about maybe giving a nudge to Josh Richards and maybe thought better of it. Got on the brakes a little bit harder to stay off of Josh. And as you mentioned, had a little bit too much rear brake in. Probably maybe got a little wheel hop in the rear.
I like the way this kid's racing, though. He's keeping his nose fairly clean. Struggled a little bit early in the going, but now he's being very competitive. Just got a little overzealous there getting in the corner, and around she went. Good job by Justin Lofton being able to sneak to the outside there with no damage.
Yeah, maybe slight contact with the left side of that 66 truck.
What about, we talked about when the race started, these tires are making strategy different. We've got our leaders, a couple of trucks, Hornaday and Hamlin, they stayed out. They're going to get tires later. We heard some talk from Danny Stockman and some of the guys, Austin Dillon's crew chief. That's all you got. Stay on the track. It's all the tires you're getting today.
Let's get an update from pit road. We'll start with Ray.
Well, I just wanted to add that exactly, Rick, is the fact that these guys are done pitting. They have got their tires. Austin Dillon said his truck has much better forward bite, and he starts 16th, but they're done pitting, and they think it's a track position gain. Hermie?
Well, Ray, the 18 of Denny Hamlin stayed on the racetrack, but Kevin Harvick and Elliott Sadler, who were chasing him, are nose to tail on the racetrack. They both took 4 tires, both complained of loose trucks, and both took a little bit of wedge for the end. Krista?
Another driver you will not likely see back on pit road, David Starr. They just pitted and said they too are good to the end.
So lap 105 is when they came on to pit road.
Yeah, we know Denny Hamlin and Ron Hornaday pitted back on lap number 39. They would probably have enough fuel to go to the end if they so desire.
But they don't desire, I don't think.
Denny Hamlin grabbed the green flag, and Hornaday ducks in right behind him. Then you see the move by Johnny Sauter. He's running in the 3rd spot now. His teammate just behind him in the 88.
Sauter's got to run to the inside of Hornaday. Those guys got...
They got a history here.
Yeah, and they
actually
didn't have
this corner right here.
They didn't have the best start ever.
It looked like Ron was very slow. See what he does here down as they get down into turn number 1. See if he gets up against the tailgate of the 13.
I think he just wanted to protect himself from letting Matt Crafton get down on the inside of Ron, and Sauter makes that move cleanly. Fresher tires on that 13 truck. He had to suffer through having the oldest tires on the front runners early in the going, and now he's reaping the benefits of having fresher tires than some of the guys in front of him, or the only guy in front of him.
Side by side, Timothy Peters on the outside, Max Pappas on the inside of that beat up number 9, and around goes Max Gresham again in the 66.
No caution yet.
He's going to be able to keep it running, it looks like.
That'll more than likely bring out the caution flag if he doesn't get going extremely quickly.
He's got it going again. Just in front of race leader Denny Hamlin. He turns down right in front of Denny Hamlin to get to the bottom of the track.
Wow, he got some left front damage and a flat tire, so when I just thought he was getting the hang of it, he got crashed.
Left front, coming on pit road right now.
In the last 5 or 10 laps. Timothy Peters, that may have been the cause of it. You saw the damage to the rear of that truck as well as damage to the front. Now you see the damage to Timothy Peters, number 17 truck.
That left front fender is rubbing on the tire now, and
yellowed out.
That's definitely not good, as we've got the caution coming out once again. It's the 5th caution here at Martinsville.
Yeah, Timothy Peters right now running in the 6th spot, really doesn't want to give up that track position, but
Good
may
right
be
there.
forced to.
Come by here and let me look at it one time slow.
Debris on the racetrack brings out caution number 5.
What do you think, Michael? 114 laps complete as we watch Max Gresham here. See, Kevin Harvick gets to the inside here. Man, if Max just gets in there a little bit hot and just loses control of it again, may have been too much rear brake in that truck.
Yeah, it might have got a sign when he spun out the time before. Maybe it's time to crank some front brake into it. They try to put as much rear brake as they can in the trucks at Martinsville. It helps them turn through the center of the corner. But watch this move. He decides he needs to get low. Ooh. His spotter cleared him and said, if you go in a hurry, you can make it. And he did make it, but that's about it.
Clear was said very quickly by his spotter, I'm sure. Kroger 200 continues on speed.
Racing fans want racing gear, and your home for motorsports merchandise is at Speed.com with thousands of items, including jackets, t-shirts, hats, and more. The Speed.com online shop is the greatest selection you'll find anywhere. You'll also get great customer service, 365-day hassle-free returns, and $5.99 flat rate shipping on every order. So when you need gear, get in gear and head to the online shop at Speed.com.
You deserve world-class emergency roadside service. Good Sam Emergency Road Service has performed over 1.5 million rescues to date. Developed and road-tested for RV owners who demand the best, we also cater to truck, motorcycle, and passenger auto owners. Good Sam does not charge extra mileage for towing your vehicle to the nearest repair facility. Call 866-GO-GOOD-SAM today and pay just $56 for the first year. That's a savings of 50%. You must act now to take advantage of this exclusive offer. 1-866-GO-GOOD-SAM. Call now.
The Android-powered Casio G's1 Commando. Shock-resistant, water-resistant, life-resistant.
Men lose testosterone every year. Do something about it with M-Drive.
I created M-Drive because I felt personally that I needed something extra. I noticed as I was getting older that I just didn't have the strength and stamina I had when I was younger. Men notice an energy increase. They have more strength, more stamina, more sex drive. Men will feel like their biological clock just got turned back.
M-Drive lets men be men again. Visit mdriveformen.com.
And I do have faith. Devotion. Pass it on.
Welcome back, NASCAR Camping World Truck Series Kroger 200 from Martinsville Speedway. Rick Allen, Phil Parsons, Michael Waltrip with you. Ray Dunlap, Ray Sadler, and Chris Devoda down on pit road.
Hey, let's take a look at that last restart here. Watch this now. Watch Matt Craft in the 88. Look at the gap that forms because, Michael, I believe he's going to miss a shift. See him reaching for a shifter?
Right, that's what I love about Martinsville. We can get right down and look inside the truck, and it just wasn't a clean shift.
But watch Ryan Hornaday now in the center of the corner. He just doesn't go, and it jacks the whole field up behind him. They all start running into each other.
But I just love Johnny Sauter's decision as he got down to turn 1. He had enough truck in there to go on in on Ron, but he decided to back out and not force it. I think that was a cool move by Sauter. Could have tore up his truck, would have spun Hornaday around and made Harvick mad. You got to remember, you're racing 2 guys if you do something to Hornaday. Harvick's going to be on you.
Denny Hamlin taking the green flag once again. Johnny Sauter on the outside. This time stays on the outside as they work their way through 1 and 2.
Yeah, Johnny zings it down in the corner, see if he can stay up here even with Denny Hamlin. He's even with him going in 3.
Racing into turn number 3, side by side for the lead.
Remember, fresher tires on the 13 truck of Johnny Sauter.
Sauter stays to the outside. Denny Hamlin with the preferred line on the inside. Now Sauter ducks in behind that 18, right behind him the 33 of Hornaday. Elliott Sadler making his way up through the field. He's in the 24. A little bumping and banging now on the backstretch.
Hornaday's mad at Crafton for turning him sideways. Remember how it's going to
around he goes. Crafton, Hornaday and Crafton trading paint, and Hornaday goes straight. Crafton goes around, and we stay green.
And trucks go everywhere.
Yeah, we saw the bad angle that Crafton had because Hornaday had him squeezed down to the bottom of the racetrack. Phil, these turns are sharp enough. You go trying to enter them that low, and you go in there anywhere near the same depth that you've been going, you're going to spin around.
Now the 88 has the 2 of Kevin Harvick on his back bumper. Ryan Sieg in the 39 on the outside of this group.
can see Crafton's going to poke his nose up underneath Jason White.
The nice thing about it here, Michael, we talked about it before, you're going so slow here relative to other racetracks. Matt Crafton spun around. He doesn't really have to worry about flat spotted tires. He's driving by trucks.
Crafton was running 4th when he spun around. Now he scored in the 12th position.
Make that 11th. So how about that? Let's run a lap, do a 360, and only wind up losing 7 spots.
Lose 7 spots. Here it is again.
Watch the angle, Rick. You can see how far over Hornaday's got Crafton pushed. There just isn't any way he's going to make this turn. Plus a little help from Max. Plus Max runs over him.
So around goes the 88, keeps it running, grabs another gear, and keeps going.
I think Matt recognized the fact that he had a bad angle, so he backed off a little bit early, but Max didn't realize that, and he pushed him down in the corner anyway. Watch this. Right side of your screen.
Max is feeling racy today. We saw him crowding his teammate on pit road. He runs into the 4th place truck there of Matt Crafton, and Max is currently running in the 4th spot. So top 5 run right now. He's got a good truck.
Around goes Harvick for the position on Matt Crafton on the left side of your screen.
Yeah, Matt pulled over and let him go. There's another view on the right. There's a bit of contact from the 9 into the back of the 88. The 88 actually hit Hornaday, but Hornaday was able to save that truck and go on.
Only 74 laps remaining out in front of the field. Denny Hamlin looking for his first ever win in the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series. Johnny Sauter looking to get back up toward the front in the championship battle, running in the 2nd spot. Hornaday also in that same championship hunt, running 3rd. Max Pappas looking for his first win, runs 4th. Todd Bodine in the 5th position.
You said only 74 laps to go. These guys are intense. They're battling. How would you like to think you're in tomorrow's race and they call you right now and say, only 374 more laps to go? Wow, what a day tomorrow will be. We'll have it. We'll get it all cranked up here on race day on Speed, but it's going to be an amazing race, just like you're seeing here today.
Johnny Sauter, the fastest truck on the racetrack. He's chased down Denny Hamlin. He was 0.2 of a second faster than Denny Hamlin was that time. Remember, a lot fresher tires on that 13 truck.
Great battle for the lead. Just in front, it's Denny Hamlin. Right behind, Johnny Sauter in that 13. We don't want you to miss a second, not one lap of action. So we will have Speed's continuous coverage from Martinsville Speedway of the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series. Stay right here with us.
Welcome to Camping World. Camping World is #1 for a reason. We are more convenient, more affordable, and more fun. Don't take our word for it. Just ask any one of our happy RV campers. Over 8 million served and growing. We've got everything you'll ever need at Camping World.
We got everything you'll ever need at Camping World.
Amazing. Inspiring. Breathtaking. Every chase, every race. This is Magnavox. See what you've been missing. Magnavox, engineered in Japan by Funai.
At TireRack.com, we stock an incredible number of tires, nearly 1 million tires. But we don't just stock them, we test them. And we post user reviews so you can find which tires are the best for you and your car. All this at a price that won't slow you down. And that's 1 in a million, or in most cases, 4 in a million. The biggest selection of tires. One more way Tire Rack is revolutionizing the way you buy tires. TireRack.com. Research, buy, deliver, install.
Welcome back. You saw it all happen right here on Speed. Let's go down to pit road and Chris Devoto.
This could be the money stop for Johnny Sauter. He said he needs his truck freed up just a bit, 4 tires and a splash of fuel. He also complained of smoke in the cockpit. He doesn't care if his truck is good. Hermie?
With the 33 of Ron Hornaday is on pit road. His truck is still loose. 4 tires and fuel, a wedge adjustment. The 18 of Denny Hamlin also on pit road. They got 4 tires, no adjustment. He liked the way his truck was on the long run. Ray?
Crew Chief Bud Hafele wanted to wait a little bit later in the race, but Crafton said, we need to get in with everybody else. They'll get 4 tires on this Roto-Rooter Chevrolet, and he'll get back. But a whole bunch of trucks leave pit road ahead of him.
Thanks, Ray. Tempers really flaring here to bring out the 6th caution. It was teammates that caused this caution, and here is how it all began.
Yeah, it went back a long time to a previous caution flag. You see them leaving pit road there. Max crowded Todd a little bit. Then Todd shows his displeasure, runs in the back of Max. And that was a long time ago.
Yeah, and they get out on the racetrack as soon as Todd catches Max. Look, Todd gives him a little shove. I believe, Phil, Max tries to brake check Todd. There is no other way that truck would just spin around like that on the straightaway. I believe he was slowing down to say, get off of me, Todd, and it put him right in the fence. As a team owner, that's your worst nightmare.
It certainly is. And remember how good Max's truck has been. He was running up in the top 5, I believe, in the 4th spot when that happened.
Those guys are teammates, and they're not acting like it, and that's tough on Bob Germain.
So a difficult situation for Max Pappas and Todd Bodine in the 5. Well, obviously the relationship between Camping World and the NASCAR community very big. We want to take another look at our destination recreation.
It's Camping World's Destination Recreation.
Hey folks, next time you stop by the local Camping World store, I hope you'll pick up the Good Sam Directory. This is the official 2011 Trailer Life book. Could it possibly be any thicker? Well, let me tell you what, you want to know anything about RV parks, this has got it. And my next trip's going to be to, Montana? Maybe not. But let me tell you this, if you don't want to carry that paper edition around, we can get you all the information wrapped up into a real nice Magellan Roadmate GPS. Now, if it has the Good Sam sticker on it, that tells you that all the information from that book is right in here for you. Now, this is going to give you turn-by-turn directions. It'll help you avoid traffic jams. It's got a 7-inch high-definition display. It'll give you all the verbal warnings. And my favorite part, if you're trying to get to the racetrack, it'll show you how.
Thank you, Ray. I was the one who caught that book when he threw it at me. And by the way, Montana is a spectacular place to visit if you would like to. The 70 of Jeff Agnew gets the Aaron's lucky dog, so he'll grab a lap back. He actually just passed the 31 of James Busher to get into that position for the free pass.
Yeah, Jeff's got a great truck. It's good to see him having such a solid run, getting a break from Aaron's there. Ray, what's happening down there with Timothy Peters?
Well, they came to pit road, Michael, and they wanted to work on that left front fender, but they still have some tires down here that Butch Hilton said, we don't want to put them on, we're going to save them and see if we get another caution a little bit closer to the end. Here we go, green.
That's a little risky, Phil. 24 trucks on the lead lap.
It'd be hard to make up all those spots.
Elliott Sadler on the inside, Austin Dillon on the outside, going into turn number 1. Sadler leading for the first time at Martinsville today.
And there goes Kevin Harvick to take over the 2nd spot in the 2 truck.
Look at Cale Gale up to the 4th spot, right behind Austin Dillon. Strong run for Cale.
2 by 2 through 3 and 4. Elliott Sadler trying to hold off Harvick. Harvick now to the inside for the lead. Kevin Harvick trying to take the top spot here at Martinsville. He does. Here comes the 3 of Austin Dillon looking to the inside for 2nd.
Here's our point leader, Austin Dillon, as high as he's been this entire race there, moving up in the 2nd spot.
Your door.
Dillon clears Elliott Sadler, takes over 2nd. Sadler now has Cale Gale on the inside in that 21 trying to take the spot away.
Oh, there's Todd and Max Pappas getting together once again. Now Hornaday's inside of Todd. Timothy Peters involved. There's the 13 of Johnny Sauter.
More contact, and those two really need to settle it off the track.
What about the wall? The way he whacked the inside wall, but yet Max still going forward. That safer barrier not only helps the driver in a crash, it also saves the truck from more serious damage.
There's Max. He's going to turn left right in front of Johnny Sauter, trying to get in between them. Johnny said, no, there's enough room, and here's a battle for the lead.
Austin Dillon takes the top spot away from Kevin Harvick as they work through 3 and 4.
Good job, bud.
Dillon out in front of the field now, and they're sliding all across the front straightaway now. David Starr makes his move on Justin Lofton.
Yeah, David Starr was never going to make that corner. There's Max again and Josh Richards.
Things are heating up. 59 laps to go, and people are fighting for position all over the racetrack.
You got that right, Rick. Got action about a half-mile long here. Look at that, 3 wide.
I think Max Pappas' truck has had some damage from that contact with the inside wall. He's wanting it to go, but it's just not doing it.
He's aggressive with his moves, though. Man.
Colwitt goes to the outside. These two are door to door now. Hornaday on the inside. Justin Lofton on the outside. Hornaday clears him. Now he'll try to get by Ryan Sieg. Johnny Sauter also getting by Nelson Piquet Jr.
Okay, I can breathe again now. There goes Mike off turn 2. Got in trouble again up high.
See a lot of bent sheet metal on a lot of these trucks, especially the 9 of Pappas, the 60 of Cole Witt.
Those two made contact, Rick, down in turn 2. Witt got into Pappas, and it's torn off the right front fender of Cole's truck.
NASCAR officials may take a look at that, may bring him to pit road to have them remove that piece of fender.
Don't want it flying up off of the race truck.
There's Max, around he goes.
So Pappas spins around.
Leader's coming at you right here.
And trying to get it going the right direction. He does. And the caution comes out once again.
This is one of those days where Max probably wished he was in Italy.
You know, he's going to Monza, and he's actually taking one of the Camping World Truck Series trucks over there with 2 seats and going to give rides to people at Monza.
Wow. Hope it's not that truck he was planning on taking.
Well, they have to do a little work to it.
This is Cole Witt's accident with Max down in turn. He must have been mad at Max from earlier.
Yeah, rode him all the way up the racetrack. That was in turn 1, and you saw the sheet metal get torn off of the 60.
See Max go down in turn 4. Gets up high. I don't know what he's doing there.
That looks like maybe a spin to get a caution flag.
Yeah, but it's not going to help, Phil.
No.
It did help the 31 of James Busher, because now James Busher is back on the lead lap.
Huge break for one of our points contenders. Gets the Aaron's lucky dog, so Busher's back in the game.
Max Pappas makes his way back onto pit road. It has been an interesting first 147 laps of this 200-lap race. Out in front of the field, our points leader, Austin Dillon.
You want to win a Focus?
It gets up to 40 miles per gallon on the highway.
So you know what that means?
It's less pit stops.
40 of them are on the line. For a chance to win one,
all you have to do is get online. We got to do all the driving. Sign up and watch us race.
If Ford Racing takes home 3 championships,
40 of you take home a Ford Focus.
It's that easy.
We're winning so you can win.
So what are you waiting for?
We're CenturyLink, a new kind of broadband company, committed to providing honest, personal service from real people. 5-year price lock guarantees, consistently fast speeds, and more ways to customize your technology.
Why would any fun-loving, red-blooded, all-American male give up watching football to upgrade his headlights? Because Silver Star Ultra headlights from Sylvania are up to 50% brighter and let you see up to 40% farther and up to 50% wider. But more importantly, because of who is behind the wheel.
Thanks, Dad.
See farther, see wider, see better. Silver Star Ultra headlights from Sylvania.
Tell us about Golden Corral's new chocolate Wonderfall.
You can dip whatever you want in it. There's fruit and macaroons and Rice Krispie treats.
And I love chocolate. Always have since I was a little kid.
Only Golden Corral would introduce the indulgently delicious chocolate Wonderfall for the same low price.
Engines are tuned. So is Mobil 1 Extended Performance, perfectly tuned to protect your engine for up to 15,000 miles between oil changes. Mobil 1, keep your engine running like new.
This is how you're going to win a championship. You never quit. Come on, baby.
The chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup is on, and nobody has you covered with more access and information than NASCAR.com. With in-depth editorial features, video previews, interviews, and highlights, as well as the all-new Chasecaster. There's no better place to follow your driver's every move.
Bring it home, baby.
The ultimate online destination for NASCAR coverage is NASCAR.com.
There's only 3 weeks left for your chance to see the 2011 NASCAR champion crowned during championship weekend at Homestead Miami Speedway. Visit speed.com/deals. Purchase a Homestead Miami Speedway ticket and pre-race pit pass combo for just $85 and receive a free speed gift. The Aaron's lucky dog goes to James Busher, so he will be back on the lead lap. That puts 25 trucks on the lead lap as the field working their way through 3 and 4. Austin Dillon, Kevin Harvick, front row. Out of 4, green flag goes in the air. Dillon and Harvick side by side. Harvick with a good bomb start. To the outside he goes. Dillon on the inside.
Kevin's hanging tough on the outside. You can make the outside work for a lap or 2 after a restart.
Still there at your door.
A little contact made as they came out of turn number 4. They stay door to door. Now Harvick drops back a bit, an opening just in front of Cale Gale in that 21. That was a smart move for the young driver.
Yeah, that's his boss.
Exactly.
Harvick.
There's another good teammate move, right, Phil?
Absolutely.
Career day for that young man. Gale's looking good today.
Still
we got trouble in 4.
Still there.
And I can't believe that didn't have a wreck.
Josh Richards, they're 4 wide coming out of turn number 4. Josh Richards on the outside.
Something's wrong with, he looks like he may have a flat tire, maybe a left rear tire on Josh Richards, possibly flat.
They clobbered each other, Phil.
Running way up the racetrack, trying to stay out of the way.
He was a sandwich. Blake Feast drove into the side of him. They wrecked, and then all of a sudden they straightened right up. Look at Tom Bodine squeezing down on
Denny Hamlin.
Denny Hamlin closing the door. Denny says, I got to go now.
Yeah, 46 laps to go. It's time. Denny's right now mired back at the 14th spot.
David Starr on the inside of Cale Gale trying to take that position away. Right behind him, Brendan Gaughan in the South Point 62.
How about Brendan right now running up in the top 5? He goes on record saying, I hate this racetrack.
What about David Starr? He's won here before, and he's looking like a winner today.
And he likes this racetrack.
See Brendan Gaughan trying to take the position away from Cale Gale. That would move Gaughan back up into the 4th spot if he could get by.
Then he gets to the inside of Tom Bodine. Now he's going to try to move up the inside of Timothy Peters. Timothy all up against the outside wall coming off 4.
A lot of traffic around this short half mile.
Yeah, if he gets around that mess, Phil, that's what he's got to look forward to. You see the battle, Brendan Gaughan, Johnny Sauter, Cale Gale.
Ron Hornaday drives it in there hard beside Cale Gale, right up to the rear bumper of the 13 of Sauter.
It's just like there's action everywhere. I'm glad we're split screen so people can see what we're seeing. You can't look down and not see side-by-side battling here at Martinsville. And you can't really run side-by-side good here, can you?
Not very well.
Here goes Johnny Sauter to the outside of that 62. He's going to take the position away from Brendan Gaughan. He did it on the outside. Here comes Hornaday also making the pass on the high side.
Yeah, I think Brendan gave him a breakthrough. He saw that those trucks were faster than him. He gave him some room. He pulled over to the inside, gave them the outside.
Joey Coulter just behind Brendan Gaughan, and Cale Gale has dropped back behind Joey Coulter. Gale now running in the 8th spot.
Yeah, just behind Cale Gale in 9th and 10th. Denny Hamlin has got through most of that traffic, Phil. Fresher tires, 40 to go inside the top 10. I think Denny might give him a little bit of a call later on.
You think he has enough time?
I think he might. He did a good job of making his way through some serious traffic. He's got clean race ahead of him, clean track ahead of him.
When they come to the stripe, just 40 laps of racing to go of this 200-lap race. You're not going to miss a second of it, as Speed's continuous coverage gives you everything on the track.
Hey, it says just take 1. I can't read.
Walmart has low prices every day for Halloween. From bags of candy to bigger bags of candy. Backed by our Ad Match guarantee. Save money, live better. Walmart.
What you using there, Kevin?
Lipless crankbait, Jamie.
Seems you'd be best off with a red-eye shad.
I know you're looking at the new BassPro.com.
2 ways to get free shipping at BassPro.com. Ship to the store or free shipping to home on your entire order with any hunting clothing purchase.
A little to the left.
That's amazing.
You know what else is amazing? How easy it is to save money on RV, camper, and trailer insurance with Geico. Geico, saving people money on more than just car insurance.
Welcome back. You've been able to see all of the action taking place here at the short track. Austin Dillon still out in front of Kevin Harvick in that 2, but things are heating up with just 34 laps to go.
Kevin Harvick says, I think it's time to go here.
He's going into turn 1 too, Phil. Austin's going to cut him off, though. I think it's time for, that's a gentle nudge, just to say, okay, I've been patient enough. It's time for me to go. What about our debut for continuous coverage on speed? We had teammates wipe each other out while we're setting a break, and you didn't miss a thing at home.
You saw Johnny Sauter take the lead in that first break. And then, as you mentioned, the teammates turning each other around. Now you're seeing the battle heat up front.
Phil, I tell you, well, here goes Kevin Harvick. He looks to the inside. Austin, go ahead and brings it down. Ray, what's going on with that 3 truck?
Well, just heard Grandpa Richard Childress come on the radio moments ago and said, Austin, get your left sides right down there on the pink curb. If Harvick's going to pass you, make him go to the outside. Do not give him a peek down to the inside, and lap traffic coming up now. That could be a factor.
Battle for third, Johnny Sauter and Ron Hornaday battling for that spot. Sauter has it.
Guess who's coming up next, Phil?
Yeah, Denny Hamlin has already made his way back up into the top 5 here. Has those fresh tires, and he's making good use of them.
He's so fast. I believe he's going to have a shot to get this race won. Get a caution late in the going. He's already inside the top 5.
Got some tough guys to get around, though. Hornaday and Sauter, two pretty tough guys to pass.
Tyler Tanner in his first ever start. A very smart move there, giving race leaders the inside line. Here comes Hornaday. He's by Sauter now. Hornaday moving up into the top 5 and battling for the top 3. He's taken third away from Sauter.
That was a break for Denny Hamlin. He was able to use the fact that Hornaday got underneath Sauter to get by him cleanly. Now Hornaday's next.
Sauter has fallen back behind Denny Hamlin, so Hamlin now working his way up into the mix as we've got a caution on the track again. It's Ryan Sieg that's turned around.
Kevin Harvick pulled over and let Hornaday get by him just as the caution flag was coming out.
All right, ease down, little.
So they're going to clean up the racetrack. Ryan Sieg gets going the right direction once again. It looks like the lucky dog may go to Clay Rogers. We'll be right back.
When Kate collects her pink Yoplait lids, she's supporting breast cancer programs for her neighbors, tennis instructors, daughters, first grade teacher, who's also her mom. Help fund breast cancer programs in your community. Redeem your lids today.
It's our weekend. Should we spend it wandering in some home improvement warehouse? No. Say we go to Ace. Yeah. Get help when we walk in the door. Because we will maintain our homes and our weekend. Yeah.
Get your weekend back at Ace, the helpful place.
On November 4th, Harold and Kumar are back.
Mr. Claus, can you feel any of this?
In an adventure so three-dimensional.
Watch out!
It's gonna be amazing.
Who are you looking at?
You'll get Christmas all over your face. A very Harold and Kumar 3D Christmas.
Extraordinarily unsafe.
Rated R.
Welcome back to the Kroger 200. Again, the caution coming out. Ryan Sieg getting turned on the racetrack. A few trucks making their way onto pit road to see if fresh tires will help them for the final 26 laps. Let's go trackside to Ray Dunlap.
Matt Crafton said it felt like his left rear wasn't even on the truck. He had no forward bite coming up off, so they're going to go throw tires on this thing. I told you earlier, Bud Haefele said we can pit with 30 to go. That was pretty close. We'll we'll see what kind of track position he's able to make back up.
It's not going to be very good.
Yeah, there's 22 on the lead lap right now, so that's going to make it very difficult for Matt Crafton.
Nothing good to report here, Rick, because on that last restart, back in the pack, they were 3 wide, and they were running over each other. It's going to be really difficult to make any time because it's just getting more and more intense. We got 25 laps to go now. There's your Aaron's lucky dog, Clay Rogers. Hops back onto the lead lap. Gives us 23 trucks on the lead lap.
What a great start to the season for Clay Rogers. A third-place run early this year at Daytona. They end up racing more times than they had planned. They backed off to a limited schedule towards the end, but great team there for Ricky Benton. How about Grant Enfinger now? He had his career best finish in his first start. Obviously, last week at Talladega, he finished 12th in his debut. Here he is with Allgaier Motorsports. First time they've ever fielded a truck, and right now Grant's running in the 12th spot with it.
What a great job. You're right, Phil.
How do you keep your edge on a short track? Well, our Just for Men mustache and beard keep your edge. It's got to be the 5 and the 9 today. They're trying to keep their edge. Todd Bodine and Max Pappas.
This is earlier on pit road. Max was crowding Todd a little bit. Todd was very upset about it. Remember, teammates somewhat in Jermaine Stable, as well as Randy Moss being involved with a 5 truck.
And then this is a situation where Todd gets in the back of Max. I think maybe Max tried to brake check Todd on the straightaway. It didn't work out well for Max. Obviously, Bob Germain's got his hands full with these two today.
And the sponsor of that little piece there, Ram, is a very good sponsor in this situation, at least what has happened on the racetrack today. Ram, guts, and glory for those two.
And
they're
there they are, right beside each other again.
They are beat up.
Well, they better be over it, man. We can't be playing games. There's 25 laps to go. Todd Bodine running along. They're running 14th and 15th. They can still get a top 10 finish out of this baby. We got 1 to go. Action's fixing to pick up. I don't think Austin Dillon hangs on for this win. 2 or 3 trucks behind him, despite what Danny Stockton said over the radio. We're the best truck. He might not have given Austin all the details. Ray Dunlap, it looks like some guys are faster than him.
Well, and Richard Childress reminded him just that. A moment ago on the radio, he said, keep the big picture in mind here. The 33 and 13 have fresher tires, and obviously knows that Harvick and Hamlin are back there. But Austin Dillon said, they're no faster than us. I'm going to go for it. And Richard said one more time, keep the big picture in mind.
He must have said, we were listening, Rick, he must have said, big picture 10 times in two paragraphs that he was talking to his grandson with.
Side by side, Austin Dillon on the inside, Hornaday on the outside. They are currently first and second in the point standings. Green flag back in the air. 22 laps of racing to go.
Look at Denny Hamlin now. Hornaday's trying to get by Austin on the outside. Denny and Harvick side by side. Denny has Harvick cleared.
Denny Hamlin moves up to third. Side by side for the lead. Hornaday has the edge as they go into turn number 3. Here comes the 3 of Austin Dillon back to the inside. At the stripe, Hornaday scored as your leader.
There's the mess I was telling you about. We've got a crash down in turn 4. The caution will fly.
Johanna Long and Tyler Tanner.
They're still sitting there. No caution yet. They're going to come up on them.
Caution's out. Caution's out. Go high, high, high. Go high.
Caution came out.
Good job.
NASCAR gave them every opportunity to try to get those trucks straight.
It looked like Hornaday might have had a nose out ahead of Austin Dillon when the caution flew. We don't know exactly where the timing and scoring lines are, so it'll have to see what NASCAR decides here. But the big break will be Denny Hamlin. He drove up to the 3rd spot. We know he'll start down on the inside of the racetrack with, I think, the fastest truck here.
And he'll try to use that inside line there to get by the truck on the outside at the initial start. Maybe try to line up in the 2nd spot here after a lap or so after the restart.
There's Tyler Tanner making his first ever start in the Camping World Truck Series. And Mike, you're going to take a look back at what happened here.
Tyler done a great job of keeping his nose clean. He was down on the inside of Clay Rogers and spun around and backed up the track in front of Johanna Long. But a good job by this kid racing today. He just got in a bind there and around it went. Didn't want to run into the 92 truck, so he spun himself around. And now he's got a flat.
And so as we have just 19 laps of racing to go, we're going to keep you right here at the racetrack as we'll take a quick break, and you can stay and see every lap of the action from Martinsville Speedway here on Speed.
Get your dream on, be a star. Selection, style, and service, yeah, we raise the bar. Evans is the better way to get what you want today. The least to own Racing King, we've even got a dream machine. Yeah.
Tell us about Golden Corral's new chocolate Wonderfall.
You can dip whatever you want in it. There's fruit and macaroons and Rice Krispie treats.
I love chocolate. Always have since I was a little kid.
Only Golden Corral would introduce the indulgently delicious chocolate Wonderfall for the same low price.
Engines are tuned. So are Mobil 1 motor oils. Tuned for blistering performance. Tuned for everyday extremes. And with Mobil 1 extended performance, tuned to keep your engine running like new for up to 15,000 miles between oil changes. Mobil 1 extended performance from the motor oil brand designed to keep your engine running like new.
Welcome back. Austin Dillon still out in front. Ron Hornaday, Hamlin, Harvick, Sauter, they are your top 5 with just 17 laps to go. We've had 17 lead changes here at Martinsville.
Ryan Sieg driving around everybody.
I think he's probably allowed to do that because he's probably going to get Aaron's lucky dog, don't you guess?
Well, he certainly believes he is.
Ryan Sieg was scored in the 23rd position as he makes his way around the field for the Aaron's lucky dog.
We get confirmation from Ken Butler that he is the Aaron's lucky dog.
Come in, Mr. Butler. Over. Yes, that's him right there. Aaron's lucky dog, Ryan Sieg. And Phil, we race forever. How cool is it when you just get to drive around the whole field like that? I mean, we never did that before. That's just kind of the neatest thing to see in the whole world. And Ryan's back right on the lead lap.
Want to take a look at our Just for Men mustache and beard keep your edge. How about Ron Hornaday? Had problems in practice yesterday.
He's got a little bit of oil right here. He spins, puts up a cloud of smoke. His teammate comes along. Nelson Piquet Jr. makes a little bit of contact with the right rear corner of Ron's truck.
Now you see all that smoke and damage to that truck? He was able to keep his edge. He's battling for the win a day later.
And 10 minutes later, he's back on the racetrack.
Just for Men mustache and beard keep your edge. Definitely Ron Hornaday fitting into that category.
Stake 'em. I like that for a sponsor. Sounds tough.
And Ron Hornaday very tough, and the successes that he has had over the past 3 races, 2 wins and a 2nd place the last 3 times out, and now running in the 2nd spot and was battling with Austin Dillon for the lead in the latter laps of this race.
Ooh, it's going to be a good one.
Coming out of turn number 4, side by side. Austin Dillon on the inside, Hornaday on the outside. Green flag back in the air.
Hornaday didn't get as good a start this time. Austin's going to clear him down into turn 1.
And then he's going to be on the inside, too. He's not going to give Hornaday room on the inside. How about Denny Hamlin on the inside?
Way up the racetrack goes Austin Dillon, and Denny Hamlin takes advantage. He goes to the front. Now the battle is for 2nd. Hornaday trying to take it away from Austin Dillon.
Was there a little bit of debris on Austin's tires maybe when he got down there to turn 1?
Now look at Hornaday trying to run Austin Dillon down the racetrack. Dillon trying to keep that fender just to the inside of the 33. Can't do it. 2 and 3 wide back behind him.
Holy cow.
Grant Enfinger on the outside of the 36.
Taking a lot for granted that these guys can all keep these trucks headed in the right direction. The way they're leaning on each other and rubbing on each other. But Denny Hamlin has clear track ahead of him and a lead late in the going. He's going to be tough to beat.
12 laps of racing to go. Hamlin looking for his first ever win, and around goes Parker Kligerman right in front of a slew of trucks. He keeps it going the right direction, though. No caution.
No caution.
Somehow he keeps it going.
Still outside.
More contact behind him. That's Max Gresham that made contact with Clay Rogers in the 92.
This is car wrestling. Well, in this case, truck wrestling.
11 laps of racing to go. Denny Hamlin, again, looking for his first win in the Camping World Truck Series.
Did you see Ron Hornaday slide that thing down into turn 3?
He zinged her down at turn number 3, and it didn't really stick that well.
He could taste this win.
Hornaday running 2nd. Austin Dillon 3rd. Johnny Sauter 4th. 3 of your top 4 in the point standings running 2nd, 3rd, and 4th.
And they know all those positions are points. Each one of those positions a point. If Austin Dillon is able to get by Ron Hornaday, that's a 2-point swing.
And he's faster than Ron, it looks like. We saw Ron slide into turn 3 the lap before, little sideways off turn 2.
Just 15 points separating your top 4. Hornaday now tied with Sauter, 15 points back for that 3rd spot. Buescher is in the 2nd position point standings wise.
A little bit of breathing room for Austin Dillon in the point standings if they finish where they're running right now. We only have 8 laps to go.
We heard Richard Childress tell Austin Dillon earlier, do not let anyone pass you on the bottom. And I think Ron Hornaday is taking that advice and running right to the bottom of the racetrack. Doesn't want to give an opening.
Did you see that pink curb? I want those Goodyears right on top of it. Hornaday slid up the track the last couple of laps, and Austin Dillon looked low. Looks like Ron's got his rhythm back now. That slide into turn 3, Phil, that could have thrown his rhythm off for a couple of laps. So he tries to get his stuff back together. He was able to withstand Austin Dillon being all over the back of him and hold on to that 2nd spot.
See the big lead right now that Denny Hamlin is able to open up about 1.4 seconds. Here's the 31 of James Buescher. What a comeback he's had. He parlayed an Aaron's Lucky Dog into right now just outside the top 10.
And remember, they had problems, an alternator issue they thought early in this race put him a lap down, and so now he got the free pass on lap 147 onto the lead lap and back in contention for the title.
And that 88 truck right behind him got tires later than everybody. That's the freshest tires on the track. He's fought his way from outside the top 20, now pushing on James Buescher and Todd Bodine to try to slide into the top 10. But Denny Hamlin used a differing strategy than some of the guys Austin Dillon particularly used, and he's parlayed it into a big lead here late in the going.
4 laps of racing to go. Hamlin is going to catch up to the slower lap traffic. There's the gap. Problems for David Starr. He stops on the racetrack. Green flag, stays out.
Green flag, green flag.
I think NASCAR's done a great job today allowing these trucks time to get their trucks going again.
Yeah, if they threw the caution as soon as the spin happened, no one spun. There's been 3 or 4 trucks go all the way around and keep on going.
Denny Hamlin under 3 laps of racing to go for his first win in the Camping World Truck Series.
And how about the roll that Ron Hornaday's been on the last 3 or 4 races?
Ron Hornaday running in that 2nd spot. Austin Dillon 3rd, Sauter 4th, Joey Coulter in 5th. Less than 2 laps to go from Martinsville.
Joey Coulter's trying to improve on his career best of 5th. He's done it several times. Looking to maybe get by Johnny Sauter and move that up to 4th.
Great run for Coulter.
Joey Coulter all over the back bumper of the 13 of Johnny Sauter. 1 lap of racing to go. Less than a half a mile. Denny Hamlin's previous best in the Camping World Truck Series was 3rd in Atlanta back in 2008. He wants to join the fraternity of drivers that have won in all 3 series. He will win in Martinsville.
Checker flag. Great job, Denny. Awesome truck, guys.
Battle for spots. The 31 of Buescher trying to get another point.
He got it. He got 10th on the last lap. Great charge by James Buescher to grab that spot away from Todd Bodine.
A top 10 finish for Cale Gale. He finishes up in 7th. Brendan Gaughan also with a top 10 finish. He was 9th unofficially across the stripe.
Timothy Peters ends up 8th. You see something trailing from the left front of Timothy's truck. It's all over now. There's Todd, gets turned around by James Buescher.
Wow, look at how hard.
Buescher looks like he has problems with that truck.
He clobbered Todd Bodine.
He had trouble because he ran into Todd Bodine. That's why he had trouble with that truck.
Maybe. I know they were arguing.
Meanwhile, Denny Hamlin is celebrating.
The arguing is going to continue between anybody and Todd Bodine, it seems like today.
Well, we said it. There's going to be some hard feelings after this race. There's going to be some tempers.
Watch this. James does an aggressive move on Todd here. Gets into the back of him and is able to squeeze past Todd and take the position. You know Todd's mad. Let's see what results.
So they cross the stripe. Buescher has the spot. Bodine finishes just behind him. Does Bodine do something here?
Yeah, I think maybe.
Bodine hit the back of the 31.
Yeah,
ran him into the 62.
Ran him into Brendan.
And so after Todd Bodine went by, getting ready to come onto pit road, this is the result that happened. Todd Bodine will be in front when you see him come into the picture. He'll be in front of the 31, and now the 31 turns him.
James runs in the back of Todd, turns him around, then runs in the back of Timothy Peters.
He might be out of brakes by now.
Could be out of brakes.
This is after the race. Todd just drives the 31 truck right into the back of Brendan Gaughan.
That's where the majority of the damage came from.
Timothy Peters not happy. as he climbs out of his truck.
Timothy's an innocent bystander.
Exactly.
He's wondering why somebody ran in the back of him. He was just along for the ride. That had nothing to do with it.
He's smiling and laughing. Oh, wait a second. What happened? And Brendan saying, well, I had nothing to do with it. I got ran into the back of as well.
Yeah. Meanwhile, there's a bee in the area. Or something.
Timothy, I don't think he appreciated the explanation that came from Brendan Gaughan.
Well, there may have been something else that happened on the racetrack. This is when James, after the cool down, they were actually coming to the garage, and he runs in the back of Todd.
Wow.
And this all happened.
And here's Max now.
Max was.
We documented what went on between those two this race.
And then you've got Austin Dillon and Ron Hornaday talking about racing on the track. A handshake at the end of the day. What a day. Let's hear from young Austin. It's Chris Devoto.
I stepped up to his truck. I heard him say, that was the craziest race I've ever seen. Why so?
It was just wild, man. A lot of stuff happened. There was a lot of wrecks, and there weren't many cautions thrown. First of all, I want to thank Bass Pro Shop, Chevrolet, Butler Seats, a lot of the guys that help us out to get to the track each and every week. My team did a good job today, made great calls, are awesome on pit road. It's something with our brake pads. I can't get going on the first few corners. I just lock and slide. I try and keep heat in them. I was talking to Horn. He feels like he's got the same problem. So we'll go work on some new brake pads for next year, the short track program. But I really had fun today. That was fun. I mean, we finished third. It was good for the points, and wish we could have held on to it there at the end.
And that was Pawpaw's advice. Think big picture. That's what Austin Dillon did today. Hermie Sadler in victory lane.
Well, that's Denny Hamlin. Virginia native, hometown favorite, gets his Camping World Truck Series victory here at Martinsville to the delight of the fans.
I think that's what Kyle used to do.
That's a Kyle Busch bow. Denny, I know you love winning at Martinsville, and for you to get in this truck, you had high expectations, and you were battling a whole bunch of Chevrolets up there, able to get the job done. Congratulations.
Definitely. Can't say enough for everyone here at KBM and Kyle for letting me drive this truck. This is something it really means a lot to me to get my very first truck victory, and just got to thank everyone at Toyota for helping support Kyle's program. Traxxas, M&M's, Dollar General, FedEx, Joe Gibbs Racing, Camping World for supporting this series. All the fans that come out. This is a big race for all these truck guys, for all these fans to come out here at Martinsville. Coca-Cola, Gillette, and just everyone who's part of this program. Couldn't be happier to be here.
Talk about the way the race played out with the tire strategy. You guys stayed out longer than most, came in and got your tires and had it when it counted. But talk about the strategy and how you and Eric Phillips worked that out.
It's such a tough thing because when your truck is as good as what ours was towards the middle stage, it's like, what do we do? We know tires were going to be important, but I didn't think we were going to start that far back. And, the 33 and the 13 who were on the same strategy as us, they left us for the first part of the run. And so we just I just gave it everything I had those last 50 laps. The hardest 50 laps I've ever driven at Martinsville.
And talk about that last restart coming off turn 2 when you ducked to the bottom and made an evasive move to get the lead.
Yeah, they were reminding me in the on the radio. They say, those two guys are battling for the championship. Just keep that in mind. I said, well, if they'd kindly just move right over, they can battle right behind me. And it was a gift.
That's Denny Hamlin. He took advantage of that move and carried this 18 truck to victory lane, his first Camping World Truck Series victory.
Hermie, let's take a look at the restart and what got him this win here. This is the last restart. Austin Dillon talking about his brakes locking up. You see he's got a pretty good lead on Hornaday. Watch what happens when he gets down to turn number 1.
Doesn't get through the center of the corner. The brakes, he said, didn't work right. And I guarantee you, Denny Hamlin couldn't believe his eyes. He said, are you kidding me? They're going to leave me a path to the victory? That's exactly what they did.
And then Hornaday is able to get by Austin as well as they get down to turn number 3. And that's how they finished right there. 1, 2, 3. Denny, Ron, and Austin.
What about these guys on the front straightaway? They were all happy and smiles. But on the back straightaway, when all these guys got to the pits, they weren't happy at all.
Yeah, we thought these guys were innocent bystanders there, but there's a contact between Timothy and Brendan with 2 to go. Now Brendan's going to go back after Timothy. And then they're going to be caught up with some more of the stuff with the 5 and the 31. There's the 31, runs in the back of the 5 of Tom Bodine, moves him up the hill, slams by him on the inside, coming down for the checkered flag.
I didn't see anything that Timothy Peters did wrong. There's 1 to go. He had a run on Brendan. Brendan elected to cut him off, and Timothy just took the spot. And then while Brendan is hitting on Timothy, he gets clobbered from the body. He said, what'd I do to that guy?
Amazingly enough, Brendan was obviously hitting onto the 17, but probably wouldn't have hit him as aggressively if it wouldn't have been for the trucks that hit him while that was all going on.
It's not over yet, Phil.
Yeah. Here's Todd. Todd gets turned around by James Busher, and that just leaves him vulnerable for his teammate Max Pappas to pull up beside him.
And he congratulated him. But I'm glad to see you're heading in the wrong direction, my friend.
Riding along with Timothy Peters. A little bump to the back of that 62 gets him a little bit out of shape. And
moves him up out of the way.
But Brendan had Timothy squeezed all the way down the bottom of the front straightaway. So
yeah, there was a lap truck, I believe, that Brendan was trying to get around.
And you can see back there's James crowding his way around Todd.
Wait till we get down here to turn number 1. Brendan's going to come back here.
He's going to forget to quit.
Yeah.
And he'll let him know he was not happy with the pass.
Take that.
Oh, and then he's lifted up because James Busher got right into.
Oh, me. That's awesome.
That's good short track racing.
Short track racing. I was going to say, we call it all the time, short track racing, but we see it all the time.
And I hate it's the last one, too. The last one of the season.
How many of those trucks aren't bent? Could you find me a couple down there?
Not very
many
Denny's.
Trucks maybe Denny's.
Aren't bent up. Denny Hamlin becomes the 23rd different driver to win in all 3 of NASCAR's top 3 series. It is the 7th time that a first-time winner has gone to victory lane at Martinsville.
Friday, the world's toughest truckers thunder into Texas as the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series drops the hammer in the Lone Star State. With only 2 races left, the series' young guns find themselves in a showdown with a hard-charging veteran. Hold on to your saddles, because it's going to be a wheel-to-wheel Wild West shootout. Go! Don't miss the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series live from Texas, Friday at 7:30 Eastern, presented by Ram Trucks on Speed. 40 years ago, we invented a whole new kind of ATV. Machines built to work the farm and the trails. And now we're offering deals that are just as reliable as our ATVs, like fixed APR financing as low as 1.99%, up to $500 in bonus bucks, $200 in factory-to-dealer incentives, and 4Trax models starting at just $3,899. Get a quote today at powersports.honda.com.
For 125 years, Sunoco's been fueling victories on and off the track. Why? Because winning is the greatest feeling in the world.
Do you hear that? That's opportunity knocking, because Direct Buy is celebrating its 40th anniversary and wants to invite you to the celebration. So now, just by calling the number on your screen, you can get a taste of what has been exclusively available only to Direct Buy members for 30 days free. Over 700 top quality brands with no hidden retail markup. Over the course of our 40 years, Direct Buy members have saved millions on kitchen cabinets, bathroom fixtures, major appliances, flooring, lighting. Now you can too.
If you want nicer things, you can buy them at a price that you can afford.
So call the number on your screen and you can experience Direct Buy for yourself for 30 days for free. Time is running out on this special opportunity. So call right now to try Direct Buy for 30 days free. If you're ready to experience buying and saving the Direct Buy way and finally see for yourself what everybody is talking about, then call now.
Victory Lane celebration continues for Denny Hamlin and the crew of the 18 truck. They're celebrating next to that coveted grandfather clock that's given away to the winner here at Martinsville. Now let's hear from a guy who's probably not too happy with his day, Todd Bodine with Hermie Sadler.
Well, I've been trying to figure out everything that was going on the racetrack. I think you and Nine are teammates, but tell us what's going on the racetrack.
Well, it's Martinsville Racing, Herm. You've been here. You know what really upset me to start with. First of all, I want to say Service Central Tundra was fast. I mean, we had a great truck, a good top 5 truck if we didn't have any problems, and we had plenty of problems. And it started off on pit road with Max. Right there, I was going to hit that pit crew, and I don't know what he was thinking. Literally turning in the side of me, off the corner here. Getting off the brake, getting off the gas, and he had tires lifted in the air, and he wasn't going anywhere. Finally, I just turned him around. It was getting rid of him. But, you know, I can deal with things on the racetrack, and you know, when you endanger a pit crew on pit road for absolutely no reason, just keep turning into, especially your teammate. I mean, a teammate, he's turning into me on pit road. I can't stand for. I used to be that guy out there changing that tire. I did that for many years, and that's a dangerous place enough without having a driver do dumb things like that.
Now, I know you talk to each other, hand gestures on the racetrack, but have you talked to Max since the race is over?
Yeah. Max pulled me inside there under the thing where nobody could hear. He's right. Everything he said. You know, he's never going to admit that he's wrong. He doesn't believe it what he did on pit road, which you got film of it there, so that's good to see. The deal on the back straightaway, I didn't do it on purpose. He don't want to believe me. Well, that's his problem. You know, I don't try to race that way. I don't try to do people that way. I'm not going to do people that way. And, you know, I got done that way. So the thing of turning around back here, yeah, after he got halfway around, I turned him around. The deal with James over here, I don't know what he was thinking on the last lap. I guess he ran out of brakes. You know, I had 10th and he had 11th. You know, Brendan and those guys were up there battling. And, you know, yeah, right, well, then they check up here. What am I going to do there? But, you know, he ran out of brakes going into 3. And, you know, it's a shame. I told him before the race, this is the place that can take him out of this championship race. He's a great kid. I love him to death. He's an awesome kid. And I think his emotions and the heat of the moment and Austin winning and him finishing back, losing all those points, it probably just got to him.
All right, that's Todd Bodine. Ray?
Hey, Hermie, let me show you something real quick. Check out the front end over here on James Busher's race truck. That is pretty much destroyed, no question about it. And somehow you came home with a 10th place finish. How's that possible?
That didn't happen until after the checkered flag. You know, we had a rough day to start out. I think it was lap 30. We had no volts in the voltmeter, and you know, alternator problems all day long, and changed the battery out, and never could run any brake fans, never could run tire blowers, anything, just because we had bad alternator. It wouldn't charge. So
here's your last lap with Todd.
Yes, this is after the checkered flag here. He run me right into those guys. You know, I was behind him on the white flag lap, and I beat him to the checker. Got into 3, and yeah, we touched, but it wasn't anything more than anybody else was doing all day long. And you know, it's unfortunate because the front end wasn't very damaged. We hadn't ran into very many people all day long. The back end was pretty tore up from getting run into all day, but you know, it's just unfortunate that you want to tear up trucks like that after the checkered flag's already out. And you know, it's unfortunate, but we don't have to use this truck till next year, so we'll move on to Texas next week and try to go get that championship. We could have had a huge fall in the points, but we got a lot of spots right there at the end to you know, bounce back a little bit, but definitely a rough day, and we're still in it.
With that 10th place finish, James Busher is just 11 points out of the championship, heading to hometown race in Texas next week.
Yeah, right. We only have 2 races remaining in this season, and currently our top 4 separated by just 15 points. Remember, folks, that's 16 spots on the racetrack. That's all it is, and that's how simple this point system is. You get a point for every position. So one guy wins the race, the other guy finishes 16th or 17th. He wins the championship.
I'll tell you how simple it is. I even understand it. All they have to do is beat each other by that many positions on the racetrack, and that's going to be the champion. And I agree with James Busher. Today was a Johnny Sauter-like day for that team. We've seen Johnny face adversity and fight back to the finish. That's what Busher did today. That could be the key to him having a shot to win this championship when we get to Miami.
But what a point race we have here with 2 to go.
Great battle building up with just 2 races to go. Stay with us here on Speed.
Camping World and Good Sam. One great company with a complete offering of everything RV under one roof. We provide new and used RVs, rentals, accessories, service, collision repair, financing, roadside assistance, warranties, insurance, and exclusive club membership, and much more. With 75 locations, Camping World and Good Sam will bring you peace of mind mile after mile. What are you waiting for? Get outside. But first, come experience the all-new Camping World and Good Sam, united to serve all of your RV and outdoor needs.
Ah, collector car, you've got the life.
Our owner picks perfect days for your drives. Me, he runs rain or shine day after day. What am I? A machine? Good thing he feeds me well with new stable ethanol treatment. It removes water and prevents corrosion caused by today's ethanol fuels. Even cleans my fuel system. I feel like I can run forever. Nothing's gonna dampen my enthusiasm. My tires? Maybe. But not my enthusiasm.
We're CenturyLink. We're committed to improving lives and linking Americans to what matters most. With honest personal service, 5-year price lock guarantees, consistently fast speeds, and more ways to customize your technology.
Amazing. Inspiring. Breathtaking. Every chase, every race. This is Magnavox. See what you've been missing. Magnavox, engineered in Japan by Funai.
The NASCAR Camping World Truck Series on Speed is brought to you by Camping World and the Good Sam RV Club. Everything for the RV lifestyle, including RVs, accessories, warranties, insurance, roadside assistance, and more. And by Ram Trucks, designed, tested, and proven to be the best trucks we've ever built. Ram.
You don't think Max hopped that train back to Italy, do you?
No.
A couple people looking for him after the race.
Yeah, no.
He's good.
Well, he grabbed a hold of Todd. You know, Todd already mentioned that Max grabbed him and took him behind a closed curtain.
This is such a great setting for NASCAR racing.
Beautiful setting.
The track, it just promotes action, promotes people pushing and shoving on one another, aggressive behavior, and then you walk outside and it's just relaxing.
You know, quite frankly, I wish we had more of this. This is what the Truck Series started with. Racetracks just like this, little third miles and half miles, and you know, unfortunately, the short tracks are going by the wayside a little bit, and I hate that.
We need to fix that.
Yes, we do.
There's a lot of good Sams up there too in those crowds. You know, the Camping World Truck Series. Camping World's a perfect sponsor for the Truck Series, and the Good Sam Club's well represented here. And Denny Hamlin has to be proud of that trophy as much as he is of any of his trophies. I think this is one of his favorite racetracks. He came here with one goal, and that's to win the darn race, and that's exactly what he did.
And he said he worked the hardest he's ever worked at Martinsville the last 50 laps of this race to get that grandfather clock and to get his first win in the Camping World Truck Series. The guy who finished second in this race, Ron Hornaday, is with Chris Devoto.
What a race at Martinsville. Ron Hornaday battling there towards the end. We know these are always wild. How wild was it today?
It was wild. Stupid me, I forgot to turn the fans on for the first 30 laps, and I bowled the fluid right away. And luckily they came back. Bruce kept telling me what to do to this thing. But the Steakum Chevrolet truck was really good. I just blew it. I mean, I just started the race. I didn't even turn the fans on. It was such a fast pace. But got to thank Steakums, Anderson Maple Syrup, Kroger, Hunt's Brother Pizza, and Ream, I mean, everybody. And Armored, it takes a lot of people to do this, and it's been a fun year so far. We ain't done. We got 2 more. We can get them.
Well, that's what I was going to say. You're in this championship battle more than ever. You finished ahead of Austin, James Busher, Johnny Sauter behind. You're in the thick of this thing.
Well, I mean, thanks to Bruce, Kevin Delana believing in me, Chevrolet, ECR, everybody. I mean, this is what it takes. And darn, I mean, I thought I had Austin there, and they put him back in front of me on that last start, and it's like, well, he got in there and got rubber on his tires and pushed me up a little bit, and Danny got by both of us. So at least I held him off, and we'll take that.
Take a look at our unofficial results. Again, Denny Hamlin grabs his first win in the Truck Series. Hornaday, another second place finish.